Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Gems of War raid stream week 36 day 4. So today of course is kind of interesting. Obviously we won't really be touching on the raids. Actually I think the guild might have already finished the raids. Oddly enough we are. Nice. Let's see, power. That's the opposite of a power or a blue or anything good. But anyways, the main thing we're going to be doing today is there is a buff. There is a big buff. There is, it seems to be about 3 times higher chance of getting the cursed rune gnome, or the cursed gnome, which drops the cursed runes. And I ended up farming up quite a few so far already today, obviously off stream. We currently have exactly 50, which is kind of convenient because we could actually go get one of the weapons right now if we so choose, one of the new Cursebreaker weapons. However, one thing that I have already gotten, if we go check over to, isn't he just called Darksmith, I think? Darksmith. Yeah, the Darksmith. We own him now. So, Darksmith Drizzy, he ends up giving a bunch of armor to all allies, deals some damage to an enemy, boosted by cursed gems, which is a new mechanic that basically just curses. When you take a gem, it counts as a brown. He ends up converting 2 browns into them, which means theoretically he's not creating any gems, but you know, he's creating curse potential. And then he uses curse the entire enemy team by casting his ability, basically, indirectly. And you also get to destroy them, which means you get the mana accumulation from them. Overall, it seems kind of underwhelming. However, I haven't used it a single time, so we'll probably mess with it at some point this stream. However, one of our probably biggest goals this stream is to basically keep streaming until we crash and just go for like 3, 4, 5. Well, how many hours do we have left? 6 hours. We could theoretically do a 6-hour stream right now, which we might be. But yeah, we have 6 hours of this overlap. So I'm intending to farm most of that time, if not all that time. For the rest of today until it's over. So that gives us, what's the exact timer on that? That gives us 5 hours and 56 minutes. So that's about how long the stream's going to be, probably, hopefully. Assuming we're awake that long. Already got the water, already got the caffeine. Should be good to go. But yeah, that's the game plan. We're basically just going to be farming it up. We'll also be covering a video on the Mythic sometime tomorrow. I guess we'll start with that real quick since I haven't actually messed with it yet. What do I not need? King Hildor? We covered a video on him, right? Actually, I don't believe we have we? Was it relevant to? Like, this is like the only team it gets used for. Oh no, I might still keep it around. I still want to keep Centurion. Gosh, what do I get rid of? 2 times Weaver? Oh, 2 times Weaver was kind of fun. Gnome Grinder, Staff of... I don't need a Staff of Storms team. That's a team that we, why do we even have that saved? But, yeah, let's go reorder that one. Where does Staff of Storms go? Definitely don't need that one. Let's go make this into the Darksmith. Because we'll cover something on him, tomorrow. We're actually getting 2 Mythics somewhat soon, too, because we're getting the one from the campaign right around the corner as well. That's 2 Mondays from now, or 1 Monday from now if you have the bigger pass. Let me go rename this to Darksmith. That's not correct. Let's see, Darksmith. There we go. Actually, it's 2 words, isn't it? I'm just gonna call it Darksmith for now. We'll name it something different once we have multiple different Darksmith teams. Anyways. Let's go and see what this thing could do. Oh yeah, he's called something Darksmith, so he's not actually into D's, is he? Fine, I'll type in Dark S. There he is. Okay, let's go build a team around this guy. So I'm almost tempted to build it with one of the weapons. I kind of want to double check to see what the weapons do real quick. So of course we got the achievement for defeating 10 cursed gnomes. I think I did that within like a single hour. There were so many on one of the hours. However, it still leaves us with 1 achievement ununlocked, which is that one really annoying, oh, this page doesn't show it, does it? Well, right there. The really annoying 20,000 miles, which we'll get whenever the next journey event ends up rolling around. We have no clue when that is, but whenever it happens, we will finally have it. Anyways, so let's go and try building a team around this. What I wanted to check, I knew there was a reason I came over here. I wanted to go check what the weapons do. I never tried checking their hidden perks, and I kind of want to check before we buy our first one, because there is a chance we will not leave the stream with all 6 of them. My goal is to keep streaming until we do have all 6, and then still keep streaming until it's the end of the day, or, you know, until it resets. However, I still want to potentially craft the better ones first, just in case we don't get the material or we get absurdly unlucky for 6 hours. There have been reports today of people farming for like 3, 4, 5, 6 hours and getting none. That has not been our situation. I think our average has been like 2 or 3 per hour. But it is definitely possible to go multiple hours still with none, despite the conditions that are making it a lot higher right now. I'm looking for Terran's World, because I want to go check these weapons, which I actually have never checked their hidden perk yet for any of these. So let's go just take a peek at them. We could see them underneath weapons, and I believe show all, and then just type in Cursebreaker. So if we go to show all weapons, type in Cursebreaker in one of these bars. Whatever one has the name of the weapon, if it'll ever load. It has to load a lot of weapons. There's a lot of them out there. So if I type Cursebreaker, that should bring up these 6. Okay, so what are these hidden perks on them? So they seem to have a unique Cursebreaker. Cleanse all allies. Wait. That's pointless. No, that's not pointless. Ooh. That's actually not pointless. The reason being, yes, it does bless all allies, which means you're basically cleansing all allies. However, the bless all allies is not actually bless all allies, it's bless all of a color. So this allows the weapon to cleanse even if you aren't using a pure color team. So if you're only using like 2 reds and you're using this red weapon, having it fully upgrade would cleanse your entire team instead of just all of that color. I don't know, this is a bit of a weird one. Because in most situations, if you're bothering to use one of the Cursebreaker weapons, you're probably using a pure color team of that typing. And if you're already using pure color team, cleanse does literally nothing. So a little bit of a weird addition on it. Also, the rest of it doesn't seem too good. Like, they all have this Cursebreaker one, which to a degree is like an empty one in a lot of situations. Oh, this one has a Fairy Fire, right? Fairy Fire to first enemy. That's actually kind of decent. However, isn't that counterproductive to what the weapon does? Because it hits the last 2 enemies, but it Fairy Fires the first enemy, which is a complete conflict of interest, so that's kind of bad. Let's see. Let's hope this hammer one was good. Some armor, some striking, some mana. Stun the first enemy. That's not horrible. We could work with that, especially because it has curse, so it actually has a curse stun with that little hammer ability. Also has nice splash damage. Yellow is probably one of the worst ones. That one in purple. Though, what special thing does it have? It has a silence on first enemy. That's not horrible, though. At least. Not sure if it's worth it. Though, having a curse silence combo is actually kind of cool. Because the silence takes place after the curse. The curse will trigger first because it's on this. And then the other effect will trigger here. So any of these that you see here, assuming they're of that color, you'll end up getting them afflicted with that stas effect. So in this case, they'll get stunned. In this case, they'll be cursed and then silenced. So even if they have immune to silence with impervious, they're still going to get silenced. So it has some value there. This one has Submerged Self, which is kind of bad. And this one has Entangle. Entangle seems good. Which one is this? The green? Oh, no, that's the purple one. Why does purple? Oh, no, sorry. That was Enchant, not Entangle. Enchant's good on one of these, so it's like the worst one. It's a weird one to have it. What is the green one? The green one should have Entangle, right? No, it is Fairy Fire instead. Why? That's so bad. You don't even hit the thing. Gosh, they're all kind of bad. I'm not sure which one is, like, even remotely worth getting. Because they're all kind of bad. Gaining Enrage, maybe? Because you're probably not using this with a hero class that's going to be naturally enraging. They all seem very underwhelming. It's just such a weird thing. Let's say this. Which one would be the best, assuming we completely ignore every effect they have? I almost feel like it's hammer. Though at that point, let me go check. What's the difference of this hammer compared to the other hammers? So this is some splash damage to an enemy. +4 per tempering level. Bless and the other thing. So let's just look at its damage. It's like 45 plus all the tempering stuff. Let's go check the other hammer, because I've never actually compared it directly to the other Doom hammer. So if we type in the word Doom and change the category to hammer. It's called hammer, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so here's the category of Doom hammers. Interesting. Okay. It doesn't have the explode, though. So let's see. What does it not have in comparison? Stun all green enemies and cleanse all green allies. So it has bless and curse. So instead of having stun, these weapons have curse. And instead of having cleanse, they have both cleanse and bless. Interesting. So you know what? The hammer is actually better than the hammers. Which makes that brown hammer better than this brown hammer, because what modifier is it getting? Drain 2 from... Oh, it does have the drain, though. So what's the point of these weapons? This is just better. Even as Dust Storm and some board clear. They're just all that bad. Like, its damage is like a few higher at the cost of so much other value. I'm confused to these weapons. You know what? I'm just going to craft one. Let me just get the hammer so we can have it for reference compared to the other hammers. Just real quick. Plus has like that little bit of brown synergy for like double browning on that one Mythic. which I kind of want to do just for the sake of it. So let's just get hammer. I'm not going to max it, obviously. However, if we could play hammer to hammer now. Actually, can I just type in hammer? I don't think I can. Hammer. No, because the other one's not called hammer. The blue one's called hammer. Well, we can still compare damage because all of them have the same base damage. So comparatively, it's like the same thing, but with different effects, just with 3 more damage. Oh no, it's heavy splash. Oh wait, this is even heavy splash. What are you doing? It's not even heavy splash. Oh, it's 16 mana cost though. I didn't notice that. They're actually all 16 instead of 18. It still seems kind of underwhelming though. And yes, they do require, this we kind of already assumed, but this just confirms it. They do indeed require Doom Scrolls, which is a lot of Doom Scrolls. We kind of assumed that would already be the case. However, that is definitely still the case. Also, I never bother upgrading this weapon. Curse the first enemy, drain. Yeah, this is all fine to upgrade. Let's go upgrade this weapon. What is it even for? It's for a Kazale. Ah, there we go. Anyways, yeah, so they're all kind of useless. However, with that being said, our main goal is to farm all of them today. Despite a whole tangent on them being useless. That is like our main goal today, is like try to get all of them. So that's what we shall be doing. Anyways, hello Tyrion, hello Pajam, hello Daddy Shark, hello Defiant. Yeah, Curse Gnomes are supposed to be more plentiful today. Based on stats I've seen for myself and other people, it seems to be 3 times higher than normal is the rate of Curse Gnome today. Though of course you can still get absurdly unlucky and go hours without one. But it does seem to be on average 3 times higher than yesterday's rate. Like almost exactly 3 times. Because I was thinking to myself when I was farming, it's like, oh, this feels like exactly 3 times higher. And then I checked the forum and then someone else had data. It's like, yep, that's exactly 3 times pretty much. Let's see. You found 6 so far today? Nice. Yeah, I think I found 8, 9, 7? I have no clue. Enough that I know for sure we found at least 6 because we were missing 6. Though I have gotten 2 Volkeys from them today for 3 total, which is kind of annoying. It feels so painful when they give a Volkey. Hello, B-Dub. Hello, Jason. Hello, Cookie. Hello, Millie. Hello, Andrew. Hello, Peter. Hello, Cookie. Hello, Isabel. Hello, Mister. Hello, Gadget. Hello, Eduardo. Let's see. If you need, let us, what cheat code we're using to find them. I wish. It's still kind of rare. It feels like 2 or 3 per hour currently, which is still not as common as I would like them to be. Hopefully the rate that they currently have right now is just going to be their default rate. Because this is even low right now, what we currently have. Hello, Nexus. Hello, Isabel. Hello, Bernice. Yes, this buff is lasting for 7 days. The main reason why I'm power farming today is of those 7 days, today's the only day where it's both a Vault event and the buff. So there's a good chance that today's the most efficient day to farm them. Because the next 6 days that we'll be able to farm them, yes, they will still have an increased rate of about 3 times or so. However, you don't have a Vault event to coincide, so you're going to be finding less overall. Even though your chance is still increased to find them, it's still going to be slightly lower, at least comparatively today, or at least it should be in theory, unless they tweak it some other way to make it so it's not. But today's like the best day to be farming it, compared to the next 6 days, at least in theory. Unless they tweak it even more for when it's the other 6 days when it's not a Vault event, because they might have like made it a little bit nerfier now, just because it's a Vault event going on and didn't want everyone getting like a billion within like an hour. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't actually been running any Paloozas. I'm mostly just going to be farming them manually. But mostly because you get so many less when you find a Palooza. A lot more? You found more yesterday? Interesting. I was hello, Dibs. Hello, Logic Slayer. Hello, I almost got all the hellos in there. Hello, Jesper. If I missed any other questions, do let me know. I'm trying to see if I can get all of them, though. Hello, Meagali. What's a good team for the Scroll Reborn? Which one is that? The Doom Scroll one? You normally use him basically like a, he works really good with Wild Queen. Oddly enough, not Wild Queen, my bad. The Queen Aurora, I mean, because the mana overlap that it has with it. And you can kind of just keep spamming it over and over again. It works really similar to a Lord of Slaughter. Unless it's not the one I'm thinking of. Like, one works really good with Queen Aurora, the other one basically is just a Lord of Slaughter. And you can build him with like a Zuggoth or however you want to go about it. Hello, Gustavo. Hello, Bernice. Hello, Johnny. Hello, Defiant. And hello, everyone else. Okay, so let's go and start by just messing with this Mythic real quick. I just want to build a team around him. And because we caught this useless weapon, let me go and use this useless weapon. If we're going to buy it, we're going to use it. We didn't buy it, you know what I mean. But anyways, I would kind of want to build a pure brown team out of this just to see how bad it is. Like the one situation where you might actually end up using it is pure brown Guild War. So what I'm trying to do is build it into pure brown Guild War. We definitely want to do something that has... do we want to have mana start? The biggest issue with this is how is it doing mana accumulation? The problem is it's not. Compared to the other hammers, that's a really bad aspect of it. Because those other hammers just gain so much more value from the mana accumulation that they end up doing. To the point where... Why would you use this? Especially because it's only normal splash and not heavy. Well, that's a little bit of a difference. It's still hitting more damage overall on the other thing. I'm considering Titan. It really depends where I'm using it on the team. I was thinking maybe Frost Mage, but well then again, oh no, or not Frost Mage, I mean Elementalist. The biggest issue with Elementalist is we're definitely not using Mirage Queen, so it's going to take forever for us to get mana. However, that does mean we could just use a different brown mana accumulator. To such a degree, I'm almost considering Gorgulfa, because we're going to have a Bless Gorgulfa kind of mechanic, which is going to make him pretty tanky. So we're going to go with a nice Gorgulfa there. And I always need red-green, so if we could just find the most amazing red-green-brown that somehow exists, that'd be great. T9000, no. A bunch of mana accumulation? I wouldn't be against mana accumulation. That basically means we're... Oh! Guard's Avatar. It would mean we're not using green. But I'm somewhat tempted to use Guard's Avatar for the armor buff. Does anything else really benefit from it? Tina 9000 could. I could build a weird true damage team. The problem is he does physical. So I'd rather do Guard and have him clean. We could also do Ketris. Ketris does benefit... Oh yeah, Ketris. Hold up, I'm gonna go Ketris. Because Ketris does benefit from armor. From getting, like, how much armor is that? He's getting 75. 75 is 37. So he's getting 37 additional damage, which basically is base magic right now, per time that we cast Darksmith. So that could have some potential. Let's just roll with this. And then we'll change our banner to probably just a standard double brown. Unless there's something under brown that we really want to change it to. Like, what's the secondary color that we really need? Nothing. So we're just going to go double brown and not minus anything then. I guess maybe a plus yellow could kind of work. And just minus on Darksmith. Because we're not trying to cast Darksmith that much. I wish Darksmith had a little extra something. He needs like some more mana accumulation. Or like explode all cursed gems instead of just destroy. Because I don't think cursed gems do anything special when you end up doing it. Also, we've never even seen the text for it. So we might just see the text right now when we end up doing it. Because I haven't actually used this guy a single time yet. Nor have we seen a cursed gem in a single battle. So let's see what happens. Theoretically, you could have off the gnome. We just haven't bothered to. So right here, we should see our first cursed gem. Will it give me a prompt for it? Yep, it will. There it is. Yep, you can tell it's the first time because it wouldn't give us this prompt otherwise. This gem will cause a random enemy to be inflicted with curse, dispelling all positive stats effects, which is just what curse does, as well as resetting and reducing the cumulative recovery chance of negative stats effects. So basically, it's just describing what curse does, but that's all it does. It doesn't do anything else beyond that, which is kind of unfortunate. That's all it does. It's just a standard curse. And it's only a single target standard curse. It's not even like a multi-curse. It's not like a 4x curses. So as you can see, the biggest issue with this gem is more so you getting cursed by yourself. Which is going to be very annoying. And a reoccurring thing that ends up happening with it very often. I'm actually going to take this just to have Ketris. If he pokes us, that's actually fine. Oh, Zugoth, not so much though. We don't have resummon with this team, do we? Also, I have no way to kill him all the way. And we already lost. Okay, good job. Can we fight a weaker team? Something that's like a Darksmith level of bad. I think the team we're about to fight is Darksmith level of bad. Alright, so let's try this again. With our brown Guild War day, kind of. Not really. But yeah, that's the biggest issue. It's just going to keep backfiring. Though when it doesn't backfire, I guess it's kind of okay. I don't know. It just seems kind of weird. I'm going to take a skull for now. At least he has a way to like cleanse spam himself off. Oh yeah, that counts as brown, so we can do it like that. So now he does damage per curse gem, so he's going to do an extra 30 here. That's not enough to kill, but it's enough to almost kill. So we're going to go for that. We can then kill him off the splash off the hammer. That then blesses our entire team, which is pretty cool. We then just go for a bunch more mana accumulation. From that armor buff, Ketris now does more damage. So we can actually just go straight into that and just get a nice big hit down. Take a bunch of manas. Explode the whole board again. Do I have a drop there? Yes, I do. Let me take the drop first. And then we'll go and destroy him with, I guess, the new troop. And there we go. So that's what he does. He's kind of bad. But, I don't know. That's basically him. Like, nothing special. Like, he's average at best. He's like a C-tier mythic. Somewhere's around there. Like, there's no situation where you would really need to have him. Unless you were building some kind of really weird armor buff team. This team partially is using the armor buff. It's not fully utilizing it. We're getting a bit of value from it. So how many curses do we have on the board right now? 0. However, what I can do is poke him here and then Ketris finish, because we gave a bunch of extra damage to Ketris, so now that kills out that. And they have Curse, so they don't have any kind of mitigation or anything. Oh gosh, that weapon is so bad! Though, in all fairness, it does do 40 more damage when at max tempering. Though, why would you level that when you could just level the better hammer? It just doesn't make sense. But I don't know, there we go. I'll definitely have to mess with it more. I'm going to be covering a video on it tomorrow, just some teams with it. I don't want to mess with it too much right now because I kind of want to farm. But that's pretty much the Mythic in a nutshell. It's pretty bad. Like, unless you're building some kind of really weird, like, armor buff team that happens to want, like, a little bit of Curse, which I can't think of a single one. Now, actually, that's not true. One big thing that Guard's Avatar and Rowan has as a problem is they're bad against Submerge, and theoretically, if you curse the enemy, they will no longer have Submerge. So I guess there's that one slight synergy. That is so absurdly situational, though, to a degree where you're almost never going to use it for that purpose. But that's like the only purpose I can think of, is like you're building a weird Guard's Avatar team or a weird Rowan team where the enemy has Submerge and you need a Submerge counter, and instead of using like Hero for your Submerge counter with this spell, you instead end up using that. Like, that could work. But otherwise, I don't know, it seems kind of weird. Anyways, let's go do some grinding. So our goal this stream is to keep grinding basically until the end of time. Until the 2 a.m. reset hits. So that we can try getting the other 5 useless weapons that we haven't yet from this category. So we started with the hammer. I guess we'll work our way up. Though these are kind of like the worst two, though. So, well, then again, this one is silence. Its ability on base value is bad, but when it's fully upgraded, though, when are we ever going to fully upgrade it, though? But, I don't know. We'll start from the bottom and work our way up, I guess, kind of. And just kind of go from there. Or maybe we skip those 2 and then go for those 3. I'm not sure. But our goal is to try to get all 5 of these, basically. And we currently have 0, which means I need 250 of these things. Anyways, let's keep farming until that happens. Oh, that's not the team I want to do it with, though. Not even remotely close. Dust Devil. What's the best troop in the game? Probably Zugoff overall. Actually, Tyrion ended up mentioning that in chat as well. It's the only boss troop that actually feels like a boss troop as well. It's really solid. Because more often than not only do you have an insta-kill that kills anything, but you also get enough skull damage to generally kill another thing. While also having a freeze, which is really good mechanic. 4 times freeze. Oh, so hello, Carnage. Welcome. How long are the extra curse gnomes in effect? They are in effect for an entire week, so another 6 days. They will last all the way until next week, Thursday. So basically the end of Wednesday is the last day that you'll be able to get them. But yeah, we still have another 6 days. The main reason why today is pretty relevant for them is it is the only day where it is both a vault event and the increased rate. So in theory, today should be the best day to farm them. However, it is still an increased rate the other 6 days as well, leading up until the end of Wednesday at Thursday reset is how long it goes for. Nowhere's in the game does it actually mention that, though, which is kind of weird. Actually, nowhere's at all in the game does it mention that there's an increased rate of the cursed gnomes, even though there is. Though it could still take us like half an hour to an hour before we even find the first one. And hopefully it does not drop as a Volky. I think we're at 3 Volkies now from Cursed Gnomes. And it hurts every single time it happens. Only one of them was on stream, though. Still hurts, though. It's definitely not what you want to see. I would maybe take an Epic Volky, because then that's kind of okay. But like a normal Volky, instead of getting those shards, instead of like 10 to 15. It's very unfortunate, especially with how needed they are. I'm pretty sure into the future that's not going to matter as much. Because we're not really going to care as much once we have all the unique rewards upgraded. Because my next priority is obviously all the weapons. By ideally the end of this stream, or at least the end of this week, I want to have all of the weapons. And then the only other thing we'd need to do unique-wise is upgrade the pet to max. But that's like the lowest priority, because it just counts as a level 20 pet. Though one of the harder level 20 pets to get in the game. Because you need like, what, 310? I forget how many pet copies you need to max something. But you need a couple hundred. You seem to have missed this. Oh, sorry. Since it's also increased rate of keys, maybe you'd get less after today. No, you're definitely getting less after today. Like, today's the best day to be farming it. Because you're not going to have the increased vault rate. Like, the chance of you finding a Volky off it will be reduced, so at least after today you won't have the annoyance of them overriding with a Volky. It could still happen, though it's a lot less likely after today, for the other 6 days. However, today's the only day where there's also a vault event, which is also inflating how many you're seeing. Which in theory should make today the best day. I'm not sure how long I've farmed it for today overall. I want to say 5 or 6 hours, all off stream, obviously. And then we're about to do another, like, 5 hours on stream. That is the plan. Kind of just threw it between everything else I was doing today. Like, any free time I had, like, all day, just went to, trying to see if I could farm some. But yeah, after today, the chance of getting a Valky off it would be substantially reduced. However, the rate of finding it would also be reduced, but still increased, if that makes any sense. Like, it's reduced because it's not a vault event anymore, but still increased because there's a week-long event starting today and lasting until the end of Wednesday, at Thursday reset next week. That increases specifically the Darksmith drop rate. Or not the Darksmith, I mean the Cursed Gnome, I mean. I want to call him Darksmith. Darksmith's the Mythic. Cursed Gnome is the gnome we're trying to hunt for. Which means tomorrow during the video when I go over the Darksmith, I'm probably going to keep calling him Cursed Gnome on accident. Hopefully not. Not sure when we're covering it. Ideally in the morning, but if we're doing a stream till like 2 AM, it's probably not going to be in the morning. I'm probably going to be too tired to record at that point. Because this stream is probably going to go for about 5 hours. Assuming I'm awake enough, we're going like 5-6 hours this stream. Also, we'll probably hand out 2 codes this stream, maybe even 3. We got a lot of codes from Kafka for the holiday. So since there's going to be at least like a week, maybe even more if I get snowed in, where we're not going to be streaming, I can hand out a lot more codes than normal. So we'll definitely make sure to do so today. We might even hand out 3 codes today. We'll hand out the first one at the first Cursed Gnome, which isn't as crazy as before, mostly because of the increased rate. So it shouldn't be as bad to find our first one. Actually, you know what? I'll do the first 3 codes based on the first 3 Cursed Gnomes. How about that? We'll hand out 3 this stream, each one when we get our first 3 Cursed Gnomes. For each individual one. That's what we'll do it based on then. Yeah, generally if you want to explore for Nishas, you normally only want to do it on 12. Because 9, 10, and 11 have a substantially lower rate. And even if they had the exact same rate, you're still getting so many more shards on 12 that would still be worth doing it on 12. But not only are you getting more shards on 12, but you're also getting a higher chance for Nisha and Anu on 12. Do you know what week Soulforge will be? Troops? Oh no, we don't know that. We never know that in advance. We never know that until the day of. That's why we normally do a Monday video as well. Because that's one of the few things we don't know until it actually happens. That's one of the few things we go over on the weekly video. Because there's no way to know beforehand until it actually happens. You have to run Arena to find a Cursed Gnome. Are they there? I guess they appear anywhere where gnomes normally appear, so I guess that makes sense. Normally you'd want to do an Explore though, because they'll have the overall highest chance, just because of how many you cycle through. Though they do exist in PvP and, you know, normal gnome locations. It's just advised to try to find them in Explore. Mostly because the drop rate is the same everywhere, and because it's the same everywhere, it's the best in Explore. Because Explore takes the least amount of time. So where are all the gnomes at? We're going a little gnome dry. Not just on Cursed Gnome, but any gnomes right now. Though I got a lot of verses today. I didn't even look at my verse numbers. Oh, there's a gnome. All I had to do is call them and they'll come. Also, I've been doing absurdly good on verse 2 for whatever reason this week. I have never seen so many verse 2s. It's almost not even my lowest one anymore. If I go check, I think it's only like 3 off, I want to say. Maybe 4, because I did get some verse 3s today. But, it's a very low amount. Okay, never mind. I got a lot of verse 3s today. We were a 3 gap before. We're a 7 gap? Okay, apparently I wasn't paying too much attention, which makes sense because I was doing like multiple things at once. But never mind. Apparently we did kind of good on verse 3 today because we were at like a 3 or 4 gap yesterday, and now we're at a 7 gap. So even though I got quite a bit of verse 2s, I'm still gapped from 3 at a 7 rate. And our total gap is 32 from highs to lows. Also, verse 4s, once our lowest, is almost catching up with our highest. It almost went from our lowest to our highest now. Which is kind of insane. Though verse 2 is still my lowest. And we'll probably stay that way for quite some time, if not forever. Though we got really close to passing 3. But yeah, we did good on verse 3. I wasn't really paying much attention to what verses we were getting today. I was kind of just farming over and over again while looking at other things. So I wasn't really seeing what I was getting. I was just going through the motions. What are verses for? Verses are for activating Nomapaloozas. Nomapalooza should really only be activated during Vault events, of which we have right now. Though you probably don't see me really using them as much, mostly because we're trying to find a new Curse Gnomes. But basically, during a Nomapalooza, every single battle that you end up doing for 15 minutes will end up giving you 4 Gnomes. This is advised doing during a Vault event because you'll have an increased chance of finding Vault keys. And during a single Nomapalooza, you can get about 15 Vault keys and a single Epic Vault key during its duration, among many other loot. It is insanely good. The 2 teams that you'd want to use for it is either the exact team we're using right now, which is any Empower into a Dust Devil into double Ironhawk. And if you don't have double Ironhawk, your next best bet is to go a Rowan quick kill, where you go like Rowan with Mirage Queen and Leprechaun, and then just quickly kill Explore, and keep doing it that way. You can also do it with Phoenicia build if you want to do it on like a higher Explorer, like Explore 5, 6 or so. I personally don't because it's ever so slightly slower. Like the quickest to do is this, the second quickest is Rowan, and the third quickest is Phoenicia. The benefit of Phoenicia is you can run up to Explore 6 or so. It's still one shot. So it really depends how you want to go about it. But this is the best one for overall speed, which is the main thing we care about. Because we're hunting for gnomes, particularly curse gnomes. I really don't care any other loot we get other than finding these curse gnomes. And more verses. We're going to have a lot of Nomapaloozas to run for this Christmas. Because that's basically what I'm saving most of my Paloozas for at this point. We're probably not going to run a single Palooza this entire stream. But I'm going to run like 30 of them Christmas weekend. We're not going to be streaming during Christmas Day, though. But like Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night, we'll still be doing our stream. So that's Saturday night being Christmas, of course. Also, that Sunday night being the last stream of the year. Because the 26th is the last stream that we're going to be doing in 10 days from now. Because I'm going to be going on a trip to see family and then won't be back until the first Tuesday of next year. Technically the next Wednesday, because I actually won't be streaming that night. Because I'm getting back at like after 8. Oh yeah, it is never worth exchanging gems or for souls or gold. They're really bad value. I am actually, that's one thing I want to pre-record for, but when I go. Hey, there he is. Redeem code time. We found our first one. How long did it take? It took us like 30 minutes, so we were talking for some of that time and messing with the other things. So really it took us like, what, closer to 20? There it is, 12 of them. Nice. Now, if we could just find him like 100 more times, that'd be great. But what I was going to say is the video I'm considering doing for this year, maybe a class guide video too, or, you know, a tier list. But the main one I want to do, because I haven't done an updated one for a while, is a video going over all of the resources within the game. So I'm basically going to do, I think, 3 video breakdown and have it while I'm gone for that week. One of them being on all the resources in the game, except for 2. Another one being on just gems, and the other one being on just money. And having those 2 separate just because they are very complicated compared to the other ones. Quite a few resources are complicated, but gems and money have like an absurd amount of complication to them. Because they're the main 2 like premium currencies in the game. Gems being the premium currency that you get with money or with in-game. And the money being, you know, money. And as with every free-to-play game, can be used for pretty much everything. Hope for Skull, didn't get it. Though that's still enough to kill. That's why I have it in first life. If you ever wonder why I have them there and not like more towards the middle for easier access, it's mostly because of that exact instance right there. But I haven't done an updated guide on how to spend every resource in the game. It's going to take forever though. Mostly because I'm going to go through every single resource from top to bottom. And there are a lot of resources these days. Like a lot of resources. Like a lot of resources. Though a lot of these can be summarized together. Like the entirety of trait stones is like basically one resource. The entirety of ingots is like one resource. However, there are a few things that are separated. Like for example, even though most of jewels are the same resource except for like 3. Like every single key is an individual resource, but trait stones you can kind of go over in one big clump. Trait stones you do have to go over individually though. Oh, there's still quite a few that you'd have to go over individually, and everything out of resources you'd have to go under individually, because they're all so drastically different. But there are a few that kind of get clumped together, like verses as well. Deeds kind of as well, except for maybe writs. Due to the patch that we just had, writs are kind of a separate resource from deeds now, because you can now use them for those forge scroll thingies. Oh yeah, let me go hand out code. Sorry, my bad. Let me go do that. So I said we'd hand out a redeem code on the first 3 gnomes, or sorry, cursed gnomes that we end up finding. And I am sticking to it. So that's the first one that we just found. So let me go give you guys the code. You are correct. One moment. Just trying to find where my code is. Put that in there, put that in there. And we'll have another 2 during the duration of the stream. At the next 2 cursed gnomes we get. Which shouldn't take that long. I assume most of those will be out within the next hour or 2. With the increased rate of gnomes. Though we're still going to be streaming quite a bit longer. But anyways, guys, here's the code. Enjoy. Use it on gemsawar.com for the game code section. Your invite code can be found in the settings menu. Whatever game says in the bottom left corner. Right. Oh, I couldn't click it there in time, but you know where the settings menu is, bottom left. And give same order as always. True treasure maps, 1 gem key, 200 souls, 2,500 gold. Enjoy, everyone. Also, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly, greatly appreciated. Also, only usable on the PC mobile version of the game. And we'll have 2 more to stream. Who knows? Maybe 3 more. We'll see. It's a special day. We're going to be going for a while. But for sure, we'll hand out a code on the first 3 cursed gnomes we find. And we found 1. And I'm hoping to find at least like 10 this stream. But the first 3 we'll have code for. Maybe 1 more later. It makes sense too, because I actually have exactly 4 from the previous batch, and now I have 3. So if we hand out 3 more codes, it would actually work out perfectly. So we'll have a lot of codes this stream. Though we're probably not going to hand out this many again until Christmas night stream. But we'll have a lot on Christmas night and the day after Christmas, because those are the last 2 streams we're doing for the year. How many runes do you have now? 12? Whatever we just got from our previous drop is the total we have. However, I got the Mythic. I have 1 copy of the Pet, and I have 1 of the 6 Doom weapons. Our goal this stream is ideally to find about 238 more, so that we can craft all 6 of the Doom weapons. That is basically the goal of this stream. If we will reach it is based entirely on RNG. But that is ideally the goal. Is to leave this stream with most, if not all, of the Curse Blade weapons, or whatever they're called. Yeah, they're called Curse Blade, right? I think they're all called like Curse Blade weapon, or Curse Blade something. They're all kind of useless though. I still want them for completionist's sake. They also still count for Kingdom Weapon from 6 different kingdoms. Most of those kingdoms already have a lot of Kingdom Weapons though. But still getting them nonetheless. And then after that, we're probably saving all of our curse things for, I want to say Forge Scrolls. Because we eventually want to get around to maxing out all of those items. We're going to need to use them for that. Which means every writ I ever have will have to go to Forge Scrolls now. So we currently have quite a few. We almost have 5,000, which means we have 50 Forge Scrolls, which is enough to upgrade about 1 weapon. Assuming we also had all those gems, which would cost us like, what, 50 gems? Which is so many gems. I wish they would have made it cheaper. Like, they need to make either the writ cost cheaper or the amount of stones you need for it cheaper. Like, the amount of stones should be like 2 or 3. And the amount of writs, with how they currently exist within the game, should be like the highest, like 50. Which is like half as much as they currently cost. Like, even if it's 55, it would even be a little bit better. Like, still keep the full curse cost, but bring down the writ cost. Like, one or the other needs to be reduced. Either the writ cost for it or the stone cost for it, the curse stones. I think it would be better if the writ cost was reduced, though, if they were to reduce one or the other. I know, why can't they cost treasure maps? That would be insane. I wish they would have given a better resource for infinite treasure hunt sync. Putting them into vault keys is not that good. Especially for how many you need with all the other resources. The ratio of everything just isn't worth making vault keys. Especially with how many you can get. Like this vault event, we've already gotten like hundreds of vault keys. Just off of pity alone, I'm pretty sure we're already at like 20 pity. And I've barely even been touching Nomapaloozas, which is where you get most of them. But yeah, the pricing on some of it still seems kind of weird. It's why I'm mostly going for the unique stuff first in case they do end up tweaking it by any chance. I'm just trying to get the unique drops because those are a lot less likely for them to tweak. However, they might actually tweak some of the resources if they get enough feedback saying like, hey, this is horrible value. Plus they have data on how much is being crafted of each thing. But I do hope that they tweak quite a few of them. But realistically, the one-time buy things are not going to get tweaked. Like the Mythic, the weapons, the pet. Which is why we're going for them first. And also because there's literally no other way to get them. You have to get them from the Forge Scroll, or from the Forge itself. Similar to how you have to get Zoogoth and Forge. All the new stuff that came with Forge is the same way. They're a lot easier to get than Zoogoth in theory. But they're still Forge only. I don't know, we got our first one to stream in about half an hour, and my rate so far today has been 2 to 3 per hour. So we're kind of on track. If we find another one in the next half an hour because we're messing with the Mythic and stuff, that's basically the rate that it should be. But yeah, I've definitely noticed the increase today. I know there's a long forum post on people saying that they haven't, but I personally have seen it. If you break down the full amount of data. There are people that got unlucky though, of course, which does happen. We once had a Vault event where we got 0 Vault keys before. Like where we actually farmed for like nearly 10 hours and still got 0 Vault keys. Like you can go for absurd amount of unluckiness. That was a pre-buff though. Like that was before Nomapaloozas and all the other stuff. Like way back in the day when Vaults were kind of still new. Hello, Clip Bomb. Those should still have been way more than 0. Should have been about a dozen or so relative to how much time we put in. That's also why they kind of added the pity system as well. So that 0 would never happen. Because off of pity, we would have gotten at least like 8. If that existed at the time. Nowadays it does, so back then it didn't. Yeah, Treasure Hunt really needs a revamp. They were originally going to revamp Arena and Treasure Hunt at the same time. However, they ended up just doing Treasure Hunt for... Or sorry, they ended up doing Arena first. And then never got around to revamping Treasure Hunt, which is kind of unfortunate. Anything new with Puzzle Quest? They did a patch like 2 weeks ago. Like 1 week before Gems of War had the 6.1 patch. They did a patch. So yeah, the other week. I haven't been streaming it because BlueStacks has been kind of weird with it. And I'm hoping that they just do the Steam release somewhat soon. But I've still been doing like dailies for it in the background and stuff like that. I haven't been playing it that much though. Like the dailies is generally like the maximum amount I do for the game these days. But I don't know, I've still been keeping an eye on it. We'll be covering it quite a bit once it releases on Steam. Because then it becomes 1,000 times easier to record. And it has cross-platform, so I can just get my account on it instantly. Because it's cross-platform between PC Mobile, similar to Gems of War. Consoles is another story, and we don't know exactly what's going to be up with that. But PC Mobile will have full cross-platform, similar to how Gems of War does. They're definitely planning on releasing it sometime next year, though we have no clue exactly when. Also, it's still in a kind of weird state overall, that game. It needs a lot of work. It honestly doesn't feel like it's going to be finished until 2024. It'll be released way before then. But I don't feel like the game will be fully fleshed out until then. Though in all fairness, Gems of War was kind of the same way. Like, Gems of War released in 2014, but it didn't feel like a full game until like 2016 or 2017. Like 2015, I think, was like the lowest amount the game ever had. It almost had like 300 concurrent. And now it has a much healthier number in the thousands. Please make an arena video before you leave. I'm not sure if I can before I leave. But we definitely will be covering it at some point again. The arena is kind of annoying. It's one of those weird things that's kind of hard to explain as well. because you mostly just have to explain the strategy and then implement the strategy. It's not like I could just show a team and be like, oh, just use this team, because obviously, and like show how to use the team properly, because you can't just do that for Arena. Because the whole point of Arena is team composing off of pure RNG of whatever you get. The main gimmick of Arena is mostly, at least in the current state of the game, is like just try to find an auto win option and then just build your entire team around it and keep repicking if you don't have one. It's like the easiest way to go about doing Arena. And most of the video would just be going over identifying the ones that auto win. Yeah, Puzzle Quest 3 has some good aspects for it. It has a lot of good, a lot of bad. Still been keeping an eye on it. Like, it has so much potential, but a lot of the updates have been, like, squandering all that potential. Like, the premise is decent, it's just some of the updates have been going very much in the wrong direction. It definitely would not replace Gems of War. That is for sure. Like, they're both drastically played differently. And I would say overall Gems of War is the better game. It's also a lot less intensive on whatever you're running. Like, if you have a bad phone or a bad PC, you probably won't even be able to run Puzzle Quest 3. Like, I know on my phone it sometimes has lag spikes where it takes like 5 minutes for it to go forward like a few seconds. Like, it just lag spikes like crazy. It's very rare, but it does still happen from time to time. There's going to be a lot of people who can, like, play Gems of War, and then they try Puzzle Quest 3, and then they'll, like, literally, like, freeze. Because it's, like, so bad at performing. Just because it has those 3D environments that just completely eat up your graphics card. At least relative to 2D graphics. Also, I'll probably do Puzzle Quest 2 a little bit before Puzzle Quest 3 launches. Assuming they, like, do a launch date. And they'll be like, oh, hey, we're gonna do, like, launch it, like, March, like, mid-March or something. Hey, another one! So we found 2 within, like, 45 minutes or so. Technically slightly less than that. We got 11. Nice. Now let me go hand out a code. So we'll hand out 4 codes this stream. 1 for the first 3 gnomes, and then another one at, I have no clue when. But the next one we'll hand out on the first, or the next cursed gnome we find. At the 3rd one. But here you guys go. So 2 down. So we're pretty much exactly on rate of what I would be expecting. It's around 2 to 3 per hour with the buff. At least today anyways. That might be not the case tomorrow, I'm pretty sure, because you're going to be getting a less rate of actually finding gnomes. But today it seems to be about 2 to 3 per hour at like 3 times the rate of before. But there you guys go. Another redeem code. Make sure to claim it. Gives a 2 treasure maps, 1 gem key, 200 souls, 2,500 gold. Only usable on PC mobile version of the game. Oh, I didn't claim the previous one either. There we go. So far, 4 treasure maps, 2 gem keys, 400 souls, and 5,000 gold between the 2. And we'll have 2 more to stream as well. 1 more when we find the next curse gnome, and another one at some point later, because the stream's probably going for like another 4 or 5 hours. So that other one will be at some point later. That's not streamer luck. There's literally someone who did like a loot breakdown on the forum. That when I was like thinking to myself, like before I even checked I was thinking to myself, oh, this is like a 3 times increase. Then I checked the forum. Someone had like the data from yesterday and then the data from today. And it's like nearly exactly 3 times better than yesterday. Which I assume is correct on average. Like there are outliers of people going like 5+ hours with none. But as far as like the average, it definitely seems about exactly 3 times better than yesterday. Though if you were getting 0 yesterday and 3 times better than that, it's still technically 0. But from what I can tell, it is 3 times better than yesterday. In theory. Seems to be the exact amount of increase. You found 2 in the last hour? Oh, nice. So none in 4 hours, but you find 2 in the last half. It's pretty solid still. But yeah, I would advise still farming if you have some time between now and reset. We'll probably be farming the whole time. If you guys want something to watch in that time while you're farming. But I would advise doing so. Because the rate the next 6 days, even though it's still increased, it's probably not going to be as increased as it was today. Meaning you'll still be able to like farm for it. It just won't be as efficient. Plus you're not getting any of the extra Vault Event loot. Because one nice thing about it being a Vault Event right now is even if you get 0 Cursed Gnomes, you're still getting insanely good loot. Because if you're getting 0 Cursed Gnomes, it's still just a standard Vault Event loot then. At least for today. Or, you know, for the last 2 days and today. Because tomorrow the Vault Event ends. This is the last day for the Vault Event. In the next 5.5 hours. Or sorry, the next 5 hours. Gosh, an hour has already gone by. That's a lot of time. Yeah, this event goes on for 5 more hours. Not like the super buff. The other buff to the other gnomes lasts for 6 more days. But as far as Vault Event coinciding with the Cursed Gnome drop is only 5 more hours. And then the Vault Event ends. We don't currently know what the rate will be after that, though. But you'd still be able to farm Cursed Gnome for another 6 days. You just won't have a Vault Event going on. Meaning if you're not finding Cursed Gnome, you're getting a lot less loot. Because the only real loot you'd be getting is from Cursed Gnome. So I wonder what level we'll reach by the end of the stream. I assume at least 1693. Not sure if we'll get another one above that. Yeah, it may be better tomorrow. There is a chance that these next 6 days will be better. Because they might have only like ever so slightly tweaked it for today just because there's a Vault Event and it didn't want it to be super crazy. But yeah, for all we know, the rate could be better tomorrow. There is a chance that the next 6 days are actually better than what it was today. We have no ways of knowing because tomorrow is not today. But yes, there is some chance that tomorrow is actually better for farming them as well as the next 6 days relative to today. Although there's also a good chance that today is just substantially better than all other 6 days. And this is like the best chance to do them. But we don't know yet. But I'm kind of going under the assumption that this is the best day to do it. Because we don't know what it will be like for the other 6 days. And that's why we're streaming all night. If nothing else, even if we're wrong, at least we'll have most of it done already. Because by the end of the stream, I assume we'll have at least like 3 to 4 of the Cursebreaker weapons, if not more. Or at least that is the goal. Currently we have 1.5. And the goal is hopefully like 4 or more. Oh, another verse 2. That's the exact one I need. Great to see. I'm not exactly sure how it's interacting with normal gnomes. I believe its rate was just, you know, just naturally increased. And now that all, because basically, for Cursed Gnome to have a higher rate, other gnomes would have to have a lower rate. But I'm pretty sure that same ratio would still be applicable to the other 6 days. So like the ratio of how many Cursed Gnomes we're getting relative to the other gnomes is probably the same ratio we have going into tomorrow and the other 6 days. Meaning that we'd be getting a lot less on those days if that is the case. Because the gnome rate would be lower. Even though the Cursed Gnome rate would be the same, the actual rate of finding gnomes would be lower. Meaning despite the Cursed Gnome chance being unchanged, it would still be lower because no Vault Event going on. That increases the entirety of finding of gnomes. I don't know, we'll find out tomorrow. But yeah, it's definitely most likely optimal to grind today. I don't really see much of a situation where today's not the most optimal day for it. And from what I've seen, it's around 2 to 3 per hour, though you can get way less, obviously. It's possible to get unlucky. But from what I've been seeing, it's 2 to 3. We've hit 2 in 50 minutes so far. Maybe some of that time we were messing with the Mythic. Also, I am assuming normal farming and not Palooza. I would actually advise not doing Paloozas today and save them for the Christmas weekend. For two reasons. One is you probably don't have as much time to get farm Christmas weekend, so you'll be able to do that for your pity. And also, you know, kind of just rush them down to get the as much loot as you can as quickly as possible. But also, the rate of the Curse Gnome, like how many shards it gives, is drastically reduced when you're doing a Palooza. So to fully utilize the fact that you're finding more of him, you actually want to do it outside of a Palooza. So I would just advise using no Paloozas today and just save them all for Christmas weekend. Because we do have another Vault event in another week. And another 9 days from now is a Vault event. Or sorry, another 8 days from now. Because next week's Friday is the start of another Vault event. Yeah, if anyone has any questions or anyone want me to go over, this would be a great stream to do so, because we'll be around for a while, that is for sure. Also, I have stocked up on water, so hopefully we won't need to go out for anything. Also got a little bit of caffeine. Guess I got 10 runes, nice. Unfortunately, that's the lowest drop. I believe the drop table is 10 to 15. Though 10's still better than getting not one. It's better than getting a Valky, that's for sure. It is so painful seeing a Valky all fail. I'm not sure why they even have a Valky drop table on it. Hey, we found it. 3 in an hour. Also, I did say the first 3 I'd hand out a code. Gosh, we can hand out a lot of codes this hour then. I should have dispersed it a little more. We will have one more code later to stream, though. However, let me go hand out the third one. I'm not even sure if the previous one has been used up yet, but here you guys go. We got a bunch more codes that we can use for the holiday, so might as well. Let's see. But there we go. We got 3 already. And we'll have one more code a little bit later. Maybe once we craft 3 weapons, we'll hand out the next code. We almost have enough for our second one. I'm trying to find where chat is. Where to hide? There it is. But there you guys go. There's a redeem code you use on gemsofwar.com for the game code section. I think you guys know how to use it. I just explained it like 2 times now within like half an hour. But there you guys go. Enjoy. As per usual, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps out a lot and is greatly appreciated. If you're looking for something to do while farming, we'll be here all night. At least in theory, until I get like so tired that I'm gonna stop. I'm hoping that doesn't happen, but it's not off the table. But I ideally want to farm all the way until reset time at 2 AM, which is another 5 hours. That is the goal. If it'll happen is questionable. We'll definitely be streaming for a while, that's for sure. Minimum till midnight. Probably longer than that though. I will be your background while you farm. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, I honestly really like patches where we have a lot to farm immediately. I wish the rate was a little bit better for it overall. But it's still fun to do a bunch of grinding. Also, we've been doing actually really good on verse 3 today. Surprisingly good. Because we were like a 3 or 4 gap on 2 to 3 yesterday. And now it's like an 8 gap. Means we did a pretty substantial amount, and we're still getting quite a few verse 2s too. Just verse 3s are going as crazy as verse 2s were going yesterday. You have no problem for the code, everyone. We'll have one more at some point later to stream. Probably once we have our 3rd weapon or so. When is my midnight? My midnight's in 3 hours from now. Or we're probably going a bit longer than that, assuming I'm still awake. We'll kind of judge that based on 3 hours from now. But yeah, I think the main thing with gnome events normally is persistence. Like, even if you hit, like, a big wall of bad luck, like, that always feels so demoralizing compared to when you're hitting, like, all the good luck. But if you just consistently keep doing it, you'll eventually hit the luck. Just kind of sit in one location and keep spamming. It's also why I was kind of doing it between a lot of other stuff today. Because it's nice if you just pick it up for like a short duration, put it back down, and then pick it back up, do it a little while, and do it that way. Because when you're doing like one big chunk like this and you get bad luck, it feels pretty demoralizing. No, luckily we're not getting bad luck. Though if we had 0 at this point, it kind of would be. But we're at pretty much exactly on drop rate, I would say. At least from what I've seen today. You are an Xbox, but thanks for the code. Yeah, I wish we could give codes to consoles. Unfortunately, it does not work. Also, one weird thing I didn't even realize until I looked at someone else's Gems of War video who is on console. But doesn't, like, PlayStation have, like, those 2 weird armors that now cost more than Death Knight? Because they have some kind of weird armor that costs 25 that's exclusive to the platform, as well as some other one that's, like, 35. And they're both worse than Death Knight, but now that Death Knight costs 20, I don't think they actually remembered to adjust the other 2 armors. So now the best armor in the game is cheaper than 2 other money-based armors that those consoles have. Because I believe it's either on PlayStation, Xbox, or both. But there's actually like 2 armors on both that are only on that platform for some reason. I have no clue why. It's a weird exclusive to have. But it's not on something like PC Mobile. It's also weird because I don't believe it's on the Switch version either. It's only like Xbox and PlayStation, I think. But they're kind of pointless armors just for cosmetic purpose. But they cost so much that almost no one would ever get them for cosmetic purpose. And now Death Knight is cheaper than them, so there's really no point in ever getting them though. And even before then, Dragon Armor and Celestial Armor was still better than them. Devs mentioned something about something they will be able to do for consoles players soon. Oh, really? Ooh, that's kind of cool. Oh, maybe they're setting up for when they do it for Puzzle Quest 3 too. Also, that's just so confusing what I just said. Puzzle Quest 3, TOO. Hello, Alan. Welcome. Oh, did they mention during the Halloween stream? Interesting. I did catch some of it. I didn't catch the whole thing, though. Hey, I found one. Nice. Yeah, they are out there. Enough persistence, they will come. But yeah, I really want to try having all the weapons done by tonight. RNG will literally determine that or not. But let's say we do 2 every hour. Currently we're 3 this hour, but let's say it averages to 2 per hour. Let's say that's 20 shards to compensate for the fact that some small amount of them will unfortunately be vault keys. So that's 20 per hour. We could stream for about another, or we could go all the way till reset, which is about another 5 hours. That means we'd get, what is that then? 5, 10, 10, 200. We'd get 200 more, which means I'd have all but one. In theory, if we get exactly at drop rate, we'd have, and assuming we don't get super unlucky with getting vault keys instead of the actual shards, we should hit all but one by the end of the stream, ideally. The luck will determine if we do or do not. But somewhere between 4 to 6 is where we should land by the end of the stream. In theory. Ideally 6. How are you still playing? We just started. We started an hour ago. We're still going for another 5 hours. But hello, Sir Teddy. Welcome, welcome. We haven't been doing too many long streams lately. Today is definitely one of them. Oh, this week has been quite a few of them, though, because of the patch. A mech gnome, one of the more useless ones. You still haven't seen one. Oh, can happen sometimes. Also, I wish you could exchange mythic ingots into what's it called? Because you can upgrade all the ingots. That would have been amazing if mythic ingots were required to create forge scrolls. Wouldn't that have made the most amount of sense rather than writs? Because it would give all ingots a purpose. Because ingots already have a way that you can upgrade them to mythic. So if they required it, so you need mythic ingots to get forge scrolls, like 25 each or something. Like, that's still a lot of them. However, I think that's better than them costing writs. Plus, it gives something for infinite sync for ingots. Which, how many mythics do we have? Isn't it? I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe not 25. Might have to be a bit lower than that. Maybe like 10. But they could have done ingots for it. Oh, never mind. They could have done 25. Or like 6,838. Plus we can get like another 1,000 something, because I believe 10 of those convert into a mythic, if I'm not mistaken, or something. So we have over like 7,000 then. Easily. But yeah, they could have made these, create these, so that ingots would actually sink into something. Because ingots don't currently have a sink. They're actually completely just useless. Or, you know, at a certain point, they become useless. Because there's no sink for them currently. And forge scrolls would actually been a kind of cool sink for them. Because it's still an upgrading material for weapons. It's just one that is, like, absurdly harder to get than mythic ingots. Because that's basically what forge scrolls are to begin with. They're basically just better mythic ingots. So it would have made a lot of sense if mythic ingots could have been used to create them. Oh, you mean in general? Oh no, we've still been playing this game since it launched, like 7 years ago. Oh no, I don't really normally get bored of repetitive things. And the community for this game has been as outstanding as ever. The devs have been kind of iffy lately, though. Especially since they've lost their community manager. Though they mostly went to a new employment, but still. But the community for this game has been as strong as ever as has been. Which I think is like the main thing even keeping this game together. Though it is still a good game. It's a nice game to just kind of play, chill, chat with some people. Play together. Though I wish they had like a co-op thing like Puzzle Quest 3. Like that's the main thing Gems of War really needs. Because the community is already there for it. They just need the feature now. Do I have a class team? For what class? You mean a team that you can use while farming class XP? You would most likely just use Rowan Quick Kill. It's like half the speed of the team we're using right now, but it gives you 1 class XP per battle. It also allows you to do Explore 3 or 4 instead of Explore 1. Which makes you get slightly more loot overall. But it allows you to use any hero class in the game. There's also one singular Ironhawk version that kind of works that way too. Though it's not as advised, you might just use Rowan at that point. For this event week. Oh yeah, today's a class event, isn't it? I made one on Monday. I'm not going to bother doing it today, though. And I would advise not doing it because you have a 0 gnome chance while doing it. But, oh wait, did I not make a class team in the video? Oh, I guess I forgot to do something. Whoops. Well, it's a Nexus class, so you just use Elementalist with, like an AoE weapon. Or actually, no, you'd use, like, Archmagus with Black Manacle. With, like, 3 of the, Epic. And just do it that way. I could have sworn I made a team for it. Maybe I've overridden it already. But yeah, you would run something like Black Manacle as Archmagus with like 3 of the epic that you get from the kingdom. The Yavandra, not Yavandra, what's her name? Her Shaylee, however you say her name. Or anything similar to that, because you mostly just need to create a bunch of mana to feed your Black Manacle. And then Archmagus just kind of carries the whole thing with Black Manacle. Especially if you're only doing the free battles. I would not really advise engaging with it at all, though. Vault Event loot's just so much better. I'm pretty sure leaderboard's like so low, too, because of that. But someone out there might have went for it, but there's 0% gnome chance while doing it. So I'm pretty sure very, very few people have bothered doing leaderboard for it. If nothing else, if you do want to do it for a little while, you might as well try going all the way to leaderboard, potentially. Because I would assume leaderboard's like barely anyone. Though there's actually still a surprisingly high amount of people that went for it. Though the tip of the leaderboard seems a bit lower than normal, which makes sense, because any time you're spending doing this is time you're not spending doing Vault Event today. It's still higher than I thought it would be, though. It's lower than it should be, or normally, but it's way higher than I thought it would be overall. That's a lot of time that they could have been Vault farming instead. Or maybe they want the Power Orb more than what they would get from the Vault Event. Though in theory, the Vault Event could give you a Power Orb if you got lucky enough. Yeah, whatever you use for the first Nexus week, you can just use again as well. We had the event like 2 weeks ago. You got demoralized or you're doing the dailies. Which reminds me, I still haven't done the dailies today. I should probably go do that before I forget. Also, half the dailies do have gnomes on them. And by half, I mean specifically the adventure board. But let's go take them real quick. We have some pretty good loot. We have 100 gems and an Imperial with 6 brown. Oh, and some food. I might as well take the food as well. You still have gnome chance here, so we might as well. Let's go grab out of Phoenicia. Then we'll go clear our dailies real quick. I'm not going to do a class event, though. I personally feel like that's a waste of time unless you're going for some easy leaderboard orbs. But even then, it still seems like enough people are going for it that it's not worth going for. But these are definitely worth it. 100 gems and the other thing in like a few minutes. Super good value. Plus, we can still find gnomes here, by the way. You can't find them in dungeons, so it's still good to do dungeons as well. But you also can't find them in class event, and the class event loot just isn't good enough in return for your time. You'd get more just from the gnomes that you would spend in that 5, 10, 15 minutes. I just realized we're up against the Forge guy. That's kind of funny. The new Forge. He even put those Curse Gems on the board for us. Actually, that might be the first time people actually got to see the Curse Gems as well. Because there wasn't really an instance prior to that where you'd really end up seeing the Darksmith. Though because we already owned them prior, we already saw it. Gosh, how tanky are these things? Luckily, Slayer class kills it up with bleed. I guess I'll take the food. I really don't need it, but it's gonna take like not even a minute to take it. You almost forgot about dailies yesterday. Yeah, make sure not to forget about dailies during all this grinding. Because we still have like that community week thing. And we'll be getting some pretty good loot this week. We got some deeds on Monday. We got like some more coins the other day. We got some gems today. Why can I not remember what we got yesterday? But we got something yesterday. We're getting some pretty good loot off of it. Wait, did I forget to take it yesterday? I'm pretty sure I did. Take it. I just can't remember what it was. Unless yesterday was the War Coin Day. In which case I forget what Tuesday was. The Imperial is just a coincidence. The gems is what we actually got. But no, we weren't supposed to guarantee get Imperial today. It just happened to happen. The one we were supposed to get is the 100 gems. Imperial just happened to also happen. That's always good to see more of it, though. I want Black Manacle, but I can't take Black Manacle. There we go. Oh no, I didn't surge. Oh no, I'm diseased. Oh no. I might just have to go for Venetia at this point, gosh. Oh, why did I take it that way? I could have 2 times it. But then again, if it surged, it actually makes no difference. I have no clue if I landed surge though or not. Ah, there we go. Yeah, disease actually did a little bit of work on us that time. All worth it for the Imperial though. Alright, let's go take out dungeons before I forget. And then we'll ignore the other daily. Because 25 gems over 10 minutes is definitely not worth it compared to 10 minutes of vault farming. Because there's a 0% chance to find gnomes during a class event. There's also a 0% chance to find it in raids. So I'd advise waiting to do your raids. If your guild has not finished raids yet, I would wait until Friday to do it, tomorrow. At the earliest. Because yesterday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or the last 2 days and today, it wasn't as worth doing because of the vault event. Because there's 0% chance to find the gnomes during them. Because my plan was to go do those battles then, but my guild already finished, so I kind of don't need to. Which is kind of convenient. That just gives more time to farm the gnomes. Oh yeah, there's bounty tomorrow. I'm not going to be doing a morning stream for it, I don't think. Mostly because we'll be sleeping. I will be covering the Mythic at some point though. Tomorrow, hopefully. I'll be covering bounty on stream. Because if we're streaming till like around midnight or 2 AM, there's no way we're doing a bounty video in the morning or stream. We'll be way too tired. The game plan at this point is like stream till midnight or 2 AM or so, sometime around there, like 3 to 5 more hours. Then some point tomorrow we'll cover the new Mythic that came out through the Soulforge. There's not a new key Mythic, it's just a new the Soulforge one. And then on the nightly stream we'll be doing Bounty Hunter then, tomorrow night. Also, we get a tornado tomorrow. It's a really bad tornado, though. It's like never going to be applicable. Dust Devil's Tornado is much better. Actually, what is the ability even called? It's called Dervish. Wait, isn't the hero class called Dervish as well? That one useless hero class that's never used. From Drifting Sands. When will Calica show up in the event key drop table again? Right now? It's a Nexus week. But after this week, we don't currently know. We know up until, in theory, around May. I think we only know definitive dates up until like mid-March. But with everything that's on that screen, we know up until about May or June. And there is no Nexus event. Meaning that next Nexus event at the earliest is next year summer. So it's going to be a while. But yeah, you can still get the Mythic from Nexus in the event key drop table right now until the end of Sunday. So if you're still looking for, you have like a few more days still. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, as well as right now. If you're looking for the Mythic from Nexus, that is what she's called, right, Calica? I'm pretty sure that's the one. But yeah, you still have a few more days. This Sunday's the last day you can do it. At Monday Reset, you won't be able to again until like multiple months from now. Unless you find her at Soulforge. But then she'll cost you 4,000 diamonds instead of event keys. How goes the Curse Runes? Pretty good. We currently have the Mythic, which we'll be covering tomorrow. And 1.5 weapons. Though we haven't actually found any since the first hour. We found 3 in the first hour, however we've currently found 0 this hour. Though this hour is technically only like 15 minutes in. So not as good of an hour so far. But the hour's still young. Also, we handed out 3 redeem codes already. We'll have one other one a little bit later. I think we'll do it once we have our 3rd weapon. I think in one more gnome we'll have our 2nd weapon. Assuming it doesn't drop a Volkey. Which would be very bad if it does. Yeah, Dervish has the highest amount of dodge of any hero class in the game. The biggest thing holding it back is lack of half mana start. And I believe its final trait wasn't good, even though it had a dodge extra trait. Or was the final trait the dodge trait? It might have been. Yeah, never mind. I think that was what it was, because it had that special dodge trait combined with the other dodge trait. Which I believe has the highest dodge of anything in the entire game. The only problem with that is it's still less than 50%, meaning it's kind of bad. It's not like it's like a 75% dodge, in which case, yeah, that would actually be kind of good. But I think it's like a 40-something%. Also, didn't the Mythic eventually get 50%? I can't remember. But I don't know, the hero class is just so situational that you almost never use it. Verse 2 is one of the things we'd normally want to find, which we still do want to find. It is the main verse I have the least of. However, I'd prefer Curse Gnomes. The verse 2s are still great. Like, that's the second best thing we could really find right about now. Like, the best thing is Curse Gnome. Second best is verse 2. Third best is Epic Volkey. Mostly because of verse 2 basically is an Epic Volkey with a bunch of other loot. There's like the 3 things we really want to see as a drop. Though of course we're still getting a bunch of other loot along the way. Like a useless verse 1 I don't need. And a Celestial. Actually, Celestials kind of matter now. I don't think we're going to run out anytime soon. Similar to Souls, even though I've never ran out of Souls, the economy of the game, similar to how Souls can theoretically run out, Celestials can actually run out now. Well, that's not likely to happen even anytime remotely soon. It can. Due to changes now that like sink 1 billion Celestials. Because don't we need like 20-something of them per weapon? We already used 40 for the Mythic. Like every single thing you craft's using like about 5 or a handful of them or so. If not more. So they can definitely start eating up pretty quick. Because to use almost every Curse Stone, you pretty much need a Celestial to go with it. In order to actually use it. You found Guard's avatar yesterday? Nice. You said to use him quite often. The main team I tend to use him for is he's basically the Rowan when you're color locked out of using Rowan. So for example, in any kind of delve where you can like use yellow or something similar or brown, you can end up using him with Hero in first slot, followed by Guard's avatar, followed by Circuit and Hadley, and then one other option. That one other option being normally some kind of like Empower or some kind of mana accumulation of some sort. But it's basically to build a Guard's avatar, Circuit, and Hadley team. This is not really used outside of delves, but it's used in delves where you're color restricted in a way where you can't use Rowan build, but you can use Guard's avatar. It's really efficient at killing floors 20 to 100, which if you're just doing it for Tuesday events is an extremely decent team for it. Because pretty much the entirety of the event is its viability area, which works out really well. But it's the alternative when you can't use Rowan. Oddly enough, Rowan build's actually still better, even though it's a Mythic and she's only a free Epic. However, there are color restrictions where you can't use Rowan, but you can use Guard's avatar build. Also, it does require having Circuit and Hadley, which is that 50% mana start thing. There are some color restrictions where you can use Guard's avatar, but not Circuit and Hadley, in which case it's not worth using him. Because it needs Circuit and Hadley to be viable enough, because that's where it gets all of its speed farm, similar to how Rowan ideally needs Mirage Queen, though slightly less so. Because Rowan without half mana start only needs like, what, 10 mana, because you can start with 20%, whereas Guard's avatar needs something like 18. Because he has a 24 mana cost, so 20% doesn't get him nearly as far. So you almost always need to have the 50% on him, which brings him down to 12. Yeah, that's what he's mostly used for. So you probably don't see me using him too often, but you probably see me using him on like Tuesday factions a lot. And also mentioning him on Monday videos. But he's really only used for one day, and that's Tuesday factions when he's applicable. He's not a bad Mythic, though. He's just... oddly enough, Rowan's just normally better. He's outclassed by Rowan in many situations. which is why you don't normally see him in like Guild Wars or other similar locations. Oh, then again, Rowan in general is also not really used for that, mostly because they're both really high risk, because once they start losing their armor, they lose so much value. So you tend to use it in areas where that's not going to happen. It got summoned? Something might have had a summon for it, I guess. He shouldn't appear naturally, but there are some things I guess that could summon him. I'm trying to think of what category could. But there are some kind of like random summons within the game. Is Yasmin's Chosen good for anything? The weapon? It used to be. In the current state of the game, I'd probably say no, because their Scaeous Shield's basically just a better version of it. They also nerfed it a little while back. It used to actually be better, but then it got nerfed to what it currently is, which made it kind of useless in most situations. But no, compared to Scaeous Shield, is basically never used. It's basically, for the most part, just like a much weaker Scaeous Shield. Oh, the Mythic? Oh, you mean the one that creates green? No. She's basically just a weaker version of Wild Queen. Yeah, I was thinking Yasmin's Chalice. Yasmin's Chalice was the weapon I was thinking of. But no, Yasmin's Chosen is basically just weaker Wild Queen, or weaker Web Spinner. Like, there's almost no situation where you would use her instead of one of the other two. Web Spinner is basically just her with infinite damage, skull damage. And Yasmin's basically her with also infinite skull damage. Like, they're both literally just her, but better. There's no reason to ever use her, for the most part. Unless you were, like, earlier in the game and you didn't have much other options. But she's basically just a weaker version of Web Spinner or Wild Queen. Yeah, Wild Queen's amazing. She's one of the better Guild War pickups. I wouldn't say to get her initially, but at some point you do eventually want to get her, just because of how much she helps in Guild Wars. There's a few other things you could use her for as well. Though Guild Wars definitely seems like her main purpose. The only problem with her is she can somewhat be luck-based at times. However, when she works correctly, she easily does over 9,600. Or definitely over 9,500, but can do 9,600 as well. And get close to the 9,700 area. Ah, another verse 2. They've been doing so good the last few days. I think I say that like every time I see verse 2. I'm like verse 2 biased just because I need it so much. Because every verse 2 we find is basically a whole Nomapalooza. So it's really relevant when we find them. We're just biasing me to bring it up like every time I say it. Just because we're basically get a full Nomapalooza every time we find one. Since it's the only thing stopping us from getting more. Also, we haven't gotten a single Curse Gnome this hour. We're only half an hour into that hour, but still. It's over 9,000. Yeah, verse 3 almost became my lowest. We got as low as a 3 gap, but then apparently earlier today I got a lot of verse 3s, and now it's like a 6 or 7 gap or something. But it was as low as a 3 gap, where I only had 3 more verse 3s than 2s. I do feel like my verse 2s will eventually pass my 3s. Which I kind of want to see happen, because that'd be our 3rd transfer over. That would make it so we've had 4, 2, and 3 all as our lowest. So we have so many verse 1s, I'm not sure that can ever physically even become our lowest at any point. I still wish there was a way to switch between verses. Even if it costs you like 3 verses to convert into it. Like one of every verse that isn't the verse you want in order to craft the verse you want with like some other resource like the Forged Scrolls would actually be pretty good value. So you're losing like 2 verses in value and whatever other resource it is. But you're getting the 1 verse you actually need that makes you get another Nomapalooza. That doesn't currently exist, but would be great. Because it's about the same value loss as doing a metal upgrade. That would give you a Nomapalooza in return, essentially. That still wouldn't fix the problem of one single one being like way an outlier though. Like if you have one like 100 above your second lowest, or your second highest, I mean. One other way to kind of do it without having like a billion angles to it is having each one like cycle through each other. So like verse 1 is needed to craft verse 2 and some other resources, then verse 2 is needed to craft verse 3, and then 3 to 4, 4 to 1. The only problem with that is, what if you have like a billion verse 1s you need to convert to 4s? Like you'd have to go through so many. Because there's no way they would ever make every angle craftable. It's one of the reasons why Arcanes have no sync in Soulforge. Like Celestials are kind of easier to do. Arcanes, there's like 1.5 billion to such a degree that they could pretty much never do it. It's because there's so many of them. Oh, so you know something I still haven't had time to do this week, mostly because of this Vault event? I still have not played the Darkest Dungeon 2 update. We'll probably do that this Saturday. Tomorrow will still be all Gems of War stuff. But this Saturday and or Sunday, definitely Saturday, we'll do Darkest Dungeon 2 update finally. It happened on Tuesday, but so did like 1 billion other updates. Hey, we found another one. First one this hour. So it took us like half an hour to find him then. Yeah, 11 curse runes, I'll take it. Honestly, anything that isn't a Vault Key, I'm perfectly fine off of him. Like, I'll even take 10, just do not give me a Vault Key again. For the 4th time. And another verse 3. A lot of really big beefy gnomes side by side. They really do like to clump, don't they? I'm not sure if that's just like confirmation bias because you notice them a lot when you see them all grouped together. But gnomes really do feel like they clump from time to time. Where you'll go like a long period of time with none and then just go like 2 or 3 in a row out of nowhere. Another verse 3. I'm not sure why. Today has been like verse 3 day for me. Yesterday was verse 2 day, and today is verse 3 day. And we can even tell by the margin that that has happened. Because the margin is like 5 higher compared to what it was yesterday. The difference between 2 and 3. With 3 being the one that increased by 5 on average compared to 2s. Also, I'm starting to get a lot of reserve Nomapaloozas. In the past, we'd kind of just throw them down immediately. However, we only threw like a few Paloozas this week. And I'm kind of saving them for Christmas weekends. Because the day before we go on our trip, that last night, I think we're just going to do like Nomapalooza literally the whole stream. While talking with chat. Because we're going to have that many Paloozas as spears. Where we could literally just do the whole stream as Palooza. With no gaps in between. It's kind of funny that Nomapaloozas is abbreviated as GAP, and I keep using the word GAP. Which is kind of confusing when referring to Nomapaloozas. Because that's what their abbreviation is. Oh, where am I going? I'm going to New Jersey. See my dad and a few other family members. Also my dad, my grandma, and a few others. But yeah, I'm leaving on the 27th, 8th? Whatever last Tuesday of this year is. Though I'm not going to have the stream the day before because I'm leaving pretty early in the morning. We're still going to have that Monday video up that day though. But we won't have the stream that night. Meaning our last stream will be the Sunday, which is the day after Christmas. As well as on Christmas. So those two streams will be our last ones this year. The Christmas stream and the day after Christmas is our very last one. Both at our normal time at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, both those 2 nights. Yeah, we're doing it every single night up until then, like for the next 10 days. With the one on the 26th being the last one of the year. And then we should be back to it, I believe, on the 5th, if I'm not mistaken. Assuming I don't get snowed in while I'm in New Jersey. Which the last time I was in New Jersey it did happen. I think I was there for an extra week or 2. It's one of the reasons I planned this trip to just be a week. Also because the flight tickets were pretty reasonable around that time. I think it was only 100 round trip or something. Which wasn't that bad. But the last time I went there, I did like a little longer, but then we got snowed in, and then it ended up being like 3 or 4 weeks total or something. Between the trip length and the snow. So I made it slightly shorter in case it does get snowed in like multiple times in a row. Have I played much of the second Hyrule Warriors DLC? I have not. We did like one stream for it, literally the day it launched. We did a stream for the second DLC, and I basically haven't played it since. We definitely need to. Yeah, I didn't really cover anything on DLC 2. I think we covered like one video on DLC 1 while also streaming it a few times. And obviously we did a lot when it launched, but I don't think we did anything for DLC 2 yet other than one stream on launch day when it came out. I think the main thing that took away from it was the fact Animal Crossing had its huge update the week after. And then that like ate up all my time that I would have used for Age of Calamity. Also, Darkest Dungeon 2 was still around that time too, which ate up at the time as well. Because I think I already have more time in Darkest Dungeon 2 than I do in Age of Calamity. I think on Age of Calamity we have about 300... Oh, maybe not. Because we actually have like 300 hours in Age of Calamity. Whereas Darkest Dungeon 2, I'm pretty sure is that like 50 hours or something. Yeah, I did see the new max bases. I believe they're from that one course. I haven't actually gotten any from it yet. It's going to be so annoying because that map's actually like... I wouldn't say it's hard. But there's so many things that you have to do on it. Compared to the other one that was a lot more straightforward. But yeah, I still haven't bothered farming the new high base values. And I hate that they keep doing it through an RNG system rather than just like doing rupees or something else to like max out the 2 base value. That's probably the main thing that's keeping me from like really doing Age of Calamity a bunch. You're spending half of your time just managing your inventory rather than actually playing the game. Because of how much you have to grind just to try to get the highest base values. Oh, again, another verse 3, gosh. But yeah, there are a few games I kind of do want to stream again before the end of this year if we can. Probably Age of Calamity if we could fit it in there. Definitely the Darkest Dungeon 2 update. That's could probably be the first thing we end up doing this Saturday. We'll probably throw one more Fall Guys stream out there. I'm probably going to wait a little while. They did do a festive event. The Nightmare Before Christmas event started today. So I want to wait a little while until like almost all the outfits are out. So we can show all of them during one stream. Like right before Christmas. Aside from that, I want to play a game called Wingspan before we leave on our trip as well. Kind of wanted to try that out. It's basically a card game with birds, and that's really all I needed to know. I know literally nothing else about it. That's all the info I need to know I want to play it. It's been out for like a year. I just never really got around to it. And I'm not sure what else we could fit in that time. We don't have that many stream days left, really. Because I'm going to be busy Christmas Day. There's a good chance I'm going to be busy the day after Christmas Day. As well as the day before. So that leaves like, what, 6 days then? Tuesday, or this weekend, which is probably going to be dedicated to Darkest Dungeon 2, most likely. And then like 4 days next week. Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Or no, actually, I'll probably be busy on Monday too. So only like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week. So this weekend's probably Darkest Dungeon 2. So that would leave like 3 days for us to do like a other game stream. It plays a lot more like a board game. Interesting. I do like automated board games. Yeah, Fall Guys' final event of the year was kind of average. The outfits for it are amazing, but the actual mode that you do to play it is not that good. I also didn't take that long at all. I actually got it done today. It took like under an hour to get the entirety of the event done. And you basically get, what's his name? That Jack, what is his name called? The Nightmare Before Christmas guy. But you basically get a version of him in a Santa outfit. As well as that little reindeer thing that he has, that little ghost reindeer, is the animation you get when you win a match, which is kind of funny. It even has its own music, which I hopefully is not copyrighted. Find out when our stream is striked. Highly doubt it, though. I can't remember either of their two names, though. Yep, 20,000 gold. It's like his mid-range. But it's still pretty good. The only things he has better is like 30,000 and 50,000. We actually already got the next gold gear in Fall Guys. I don't think we showed it on stream yet, but we already have Golden Wolf. Did we show it on stream yet? I can't remember. But yeah, I have Golden Wolf now for Fall Guys. I'm not sure if we've ever showed it on stream. Well, we've had it for almost a week now. And getting the last golden outfit's going to be like near impossible. Like, we could play it for another year, on and off, like we do, and we probably still won't have it. It just takes so long. Because I think we need, like, another 1,100 crowns. And realistically, you get, like, 0 to, like, 4 crowns per hour. So that's not happening anytime soon. Yeah, I don't think we streamed it yet. We'll be doing one more stream for it before the end of the year. With all the Nightmare Before Christmas outfits, which was a pretty good show. I don't think I've ever watched the full thing, though. I've seen it in, like, pieces on TV when I was younger, but I'm not sure if I've ever seen the whole thing from beginning to end. But I know the basic premise of it all. Yeah, Jack Skeleton sounds correct. You have a jump showdown question? What is the question? Oh, and Zero's the ghost dog? That's a kind of funny name for it. Yeah, it's basically like a ghost rag with like a Rudolph nose. It's kind of like a... It's pretend if it was like a reindeer with like a Rudolph nose and like one of those like little like white rags like a ghost would kind of have over top of it. Like that's what it looks like. It's actually pretty adorable. It's like a ghost reindeer, Rudolph kind of thing. Hey, another curse gnome. That means we found 2 so far in 45 minutes. Nice, 14 runes. I think that's enough for a weapon. Let me go waste my resources again. I think we have enough. We do have enough to go waste our resources again. Nice. Well, let me recraft the one I've already gotten. No, I was going to say, you better not. Yeah. Because you only craft them once. That makes sense. Okay, good. So I can't accidentally craft the wrong one, so we're just going to craft them from top to bottom now. So I'll just get the sword next. Cursebreaker. Sword. Okay, 2 out of 5. I mean, 2 out of 6, I mean. We'll hand out the next redeem code probably when we hit 3 out of 6. And our goal for the stream is to hit at least like 4 out of 6. Ideally all 6, but I highly doubt that will happen. Luck will determine that. How many spirit shards do we have? I assume almost none. 9. That's better than nothing, actually. That's actually a pretty sizable amount. Alright, well, we are now 2 out of 6 there. So 1/3 the way there. Oh my gosh! We just got back-to-back! 3 in an hour. So far we've gotten 3 the first hour and 3 this hour. No! Never mind, we got 2 this hour. Technically, that's still 3. Oh no, does that count as 3? Theoretically, we found 3 of him this hour. However, we actually didn't. That's still technically 3 per hour, though. We found 3 on the first hour and 3 this hour, kind of. Aw, that hurts. That's the 4th time now? 4th or 5th? I'm losing track. I think that's the 4th full key we've gotten from him. It doesn't hurt any less. I still don't understand why he has a vault key as an option. Still had 0 in the same time. I'm not sure how everyone's getting 0, because I've very consistently been getting 2 or 3 per hour. And even this stream, we've been doing the same thing. This hour's not even done, and we already got our 3 for the hour. But you can get kind of unlucky with it, I guess, for a long period of time. We're also doing the max efficient thing without switching at all. Because I'm just doing like the absolute quickest team in existence without ever switching to something else. While barely being distracted. Yep. Let's see. Because I know during the day it was a bit slower, but that was because I was distracted doing other stuff. But right now we're pretty focused for the most part. I'm not using controller right now though, I'm just using mouse. So we could technically be going a little quicker. It's just when we go on autopilot, it's easier to do with just mouse than a combination of mouse, keyboard. I mean, mouse, controller, I mean. I wish you could use keyboard shortcuts on this game. You can't, though. I think escape's like the only button that does anything. Well, one thing to consider too, if you just got your crowns initially, they're definitely a lot lower drop rate when you're initially getting your 10 crowns for the day. But that would only affect your first hour. More so your first half an hour. Oh, sorry, what was your question? I got distracted with the thing. Let's see. How do you know where to stand when the tiles... oh, you do the furthest right location that isn't double gapped. The reason why you want to be the furthest right is it's easy to go from left. It's easier to go left than it is to go right in Jump Showdown. Due to how the spinner is. So you normally want to be standing on the rightmost tile that isn't a double gap. Because that would be the safest possible location, because it's always easier to go left, but it's harder to go right. It is possible to go right. It's just better to be positioned to go left. I would not use a macro for this game. Mostly because it is potentially a bannable offense. They have really weird policy as to what is and isn't. And you might get banned if you use a macro. Or anything that really does anything like that. I would highly advise against it. They've always had a really weird policy on what they consider exploits and not exploits. And that is one of them that they kind of do. Like any amount of like macros or anything like that. Which I'm curious to see if people will get false bans during when the Steam Deck comes out. Because the Steam Deck has quite a few functions integrated into itself that will allow you to do so. That might come up as false bans, potentially. They're going to have like a whole headache. If you're wondering what the next controversy of the month is, in a few months, once the first Steam Decks start coming out, whoever are like Gems of War players who got Steam Decks, like there's going to be at least some amount of controversy with that. Because there is a small chance some amount of false bans will go out for it if people are engaging with like some of the like macro features that are on the Steam Deck. I'm still not sure if I'm getting a Steam Deck or not. I tried getting it like the second they had them for reserves. And then it said like the time would be like so much later than the initial time, so it was like, no. So I'm kind of just waiting on reviews at this point. And if it seems still worth it, like midway through next year, I might get one next year. Still somewhat hesitant though. Especially because we did end up ultimately getting the OLED Switch. Which is now like our new handheld for now. But that was mostly just in case my old Switch breaks. But I might still be getting a Switch or a Steam Deck though. I'd say, especially if they bring down the price slightly, though I highly doubt that's happening anytime soon. Because the demand's still high enough. If anything, they're gonna be scalped like crazy the first several months. Actually, are people still scalping PlayStation 5? Like, is there anyone out there still looking for a PlayStation 5 that like don't have one for Christmas now? I would assume so. I kind of assume they would also have fixed like somewhat the supply chain by now. It's been like what, over a year? You got 7 today, but over 8 hours of grinding. I'm actually not even sure what my today's total is. I want to say 20-something. Though I also have no clue the total amount that I've been grinding today. Because we've gotten 6 so far to stream. 3 the first hour, 3 the second hour. Unfortunately, one of them was Volt Key, though. I want to say I grinded for like 5 or 6 hours throughout the day today. So that means I was getting on average like 2 to 3. Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing. The 2 to 3 per hour then. I have no clue on exact though. Like some of them I was getting passively while not even looking at the screen. Still not enough PS5s. Yeah, that's definitely gonna happen with Steam Deck then. It's gonna be scalped for at least like half a year to a year. You're back up to 50 Nomapalooza's nice. I think I'm about to hit 30, which is the highest I would have ever had. Whatever number I have right now is the most Nomapaloozas I've ever held on to at a given time. Mostly because I'm deliberately not using Paloozas this Vault event. Well, we were somewhat initially, but at this point we're not doing anymore. We're saving them all for Christmas weekend. Particularly that Sunday. But also probably Christmas night. Because I'm only going to be busy during the day that day. Yeah, today is definitely a lot more efficient to be going for runes than Nomapaloozas. That's why we're not doing any. Because the increased rate of the Cursed Gnome. And the Cursed Gnome is only doing about 2 shards or so when you find it in the Nomapalooza. Whereas doing about 10 to 15 outside of it, assuming you don't find a random vault key on accident. Which is very painful when that happens. Luckily it only happened once so far this stream. Let's hope that's the only time. I just wonder what the forum's been saying on it. I haven't checked the forum for several hours. Mostly because some of those hours we've been streaming. But let me take a little peek at it. Curious to see what the current conversations are on it. Let's see, those were from 16 hours ago. We're still quite a bit back. Let's see the ones like a few hours ago. Keep going, keep going, keep going. The painfulness of getting a vault key drop. Alright, I think that's where I left off 2 hours ago. Daisy mentioning something. Oh, something with more updated data. Is that for today? Day 2. Gnomes and runes not included. Oh, Nomapalooza runes not included. Okay, so just outside of it. So he did a breakdown for how many he took. Oh, he found one within one fight before. Kind of like how we found one back-to-back. So on average, he did 1,369 fights today. This is the one that's been keeping up all the data. He found 17 of them. Which I wonder how long he grinded, because I feel like I found more than 17 today. And he got 210 runes out of it. Meaning that the effective rate of finding them was 1.24% chance per fight. And the actual rune effectiveness was basically 15.34% per fight. But the more important one is that there was about a 1.24% chance he found one every fight today. Interesting. Meaning that's like, what? Almost 100 per thing. Well, could probably get a little bit closer to 90 then. For a single one. Oh, there he is again. That's 4 in an hour. Please don't drop Volkey. Thank you. Okay, that makes up for the previous one dropping Volkey. That's the second highest drop. Also, he didn't... Oh, no, he did find a 10. Yeah, all of his drops were from 10 to 15. I've still never seen a 15. Though, in all fairness, I've also never seen a 10. Which is kind of good. Not seeing a 15 bad. Not seeing a 10 perfectly fine. Yeah, that's the guy who's been getting all the data today. Or I assume that's the same one, because he's been doing it in the same format when he posted on the forum. I think he has the most amount of data collected out of anyone. Which would make it statistically the most likely to be accurate. So apparently there's a 1.24% chance or so. So it's probably a 1.25% chance per battle that you find a Cursed Gnome. Because I highly doubt they would put a 1.24 value in there. So it's probably just a 1.25 and you just got slightly unlucky. Like ever so slightly unlucky. Yeah, we've gotten 7 so far to stream. 3 to first hour, 4 to second hour. Though theoretically it was also 3 the second hour. It depends what you count as a Valky as. Like, we only got 3 that paid out actual loot. One of them was a Valky. Though we did technically find 4, so it is still technically 4 for 7 total. Your first gnome gave you 15, nice. It's great to see when it does happen. So we should be at 23 right now. So we're at 2.5 weapons right now. Once we get 3 weapons, we'll hand out the last code of the stream. And we're gonna steal, keep going. But the final code will be handed out once we have 3 weapons, which means in theory, 3 more gnomes we should be able to find it in. So the next hour we'll have the next code most likely then. Because assuming he doesn't drop Valky, I only need to find him 3 more times to have enough shards. Unless we get really lucky. I'd have to get a 13 and a 14 or something similar. If we get a low roll, it might not be possible though. Because we'd have to get 27, I believe, within the next 2. Which is possible. Just need really high rolls. And then we'll have 3 weapons. Which is technically halfway there. I was hoping at minimum we'd have 4 weapons by the end of the stream, which is still definitely doable at this current rate. Even once we get the weapons, I'm not sure we're covering a video on them though. I might do it just to kind of summarize them. I'm not sure it's going to have any teams, though. It's just going to kind of summarize how bad they are. No, maybe we'll throw some teams in there. The only problem is I won't have them meddled. Or not meddled, you know what I mean. Upgraded. Because I'm keeping them level 0. I would sooner upgrade all the hammers before I would upgrade those things. Another one? Oh, that one barely took any time. 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. Yeah, we finally saw 10. I jinxed it. Okay, now it's literally impossible to do it within 1 more gnome. Because I'd have to get 17 in 1 gnome. Which is impossible. I jinxed it. Our first 10. Okay, now it has to give me a 15 to make up for it. That's the only number we haven't seen now is 15. Hey, I should make a, you know what? I'm gonna make a different tracker for once. Let me go get my epic Valky tracker. This was the one from last time. Instead of Valkys, Cursed Gnomes. I'm gonna put up a Cursed Gnome tracker. It's only gonna be for the stream though. Because I have no clue how many I got prior to the stream. Cursed Gnomes 8. Cursed Gnomes this stream, maybe? I'm gonna make the text bigger. Well, how big is it gonna indent, though? I'm not sure if I can do a feathering thing. Cursed Gnomes this stream. There we go. That is our number. Alright, I have no clue how many we got prior, but we found 8 so far this stream. Let's keep track of that number. 3 the first hour, 4 the previous hour, 1 so far this hour. Catch you later. Oh, make that 9. Okay, maybe we're getting a little lucky. But thank you guys. Oh, no, never mind. I was wrong. Oh, no, is that lucky or unlucky? That's still technically lucky. Like, 10 is awful, but it's better than not finding him at all. Well, let me update the number again. I kind of just updated this number. But have a good night, Gadget. Thanks for stopping by. Should still be around for a couple hours, especially if we're going to keep up this luck. Gosh. This hour just started like 5 minutes ago and we already found 2. Do they show up in PvP? They should, yes. I've never seen one in PvP, mostly because I haven't touched PvP. But yeah, I believe they're in PvP. They should be in every normal-related location. The main reason you'd want to do an Explorer is because you can cycle through the battle rate a lot quicker. But theoretically, it's the same rate everywhere. It just comes down to how quickly you win the battle. So if you can win PvP about as quick as you win Explorer, you could do PvP. The only thing that might make it slightly lower is pet gnomes will also be in the drop table. Meaning those pet gnomes might take ever so slightly away from the drops, in theory. Because it has to be taken away from something. I'm not sure what it's taken away from, but it's an extra gnome that's not in the Explorer drop table. That could be taking away from the drop, potentially. Yes, all those were out of Palooza. All 9 that I currently have this stream are out of Palooza. Actually, all of them I have today have been out of Palooza, though I have no clue how many I got prior to the stream. There's definitely several. Like upwards of a dozen. I just have no clue what the exact number was. But we do know the exact number of this stream at least. Yeah, another verse 2. Love to see it. Every verse 2 is a Nomapalooza for us. Also, we're about to gain a level soon. But yeah, 100% of those 9 is outside of Palooza. It's just this over and over and over and over and over and over again. For 2 hours straight. You found 5 all day, and we've got over 20. I don't know. From what I've experienced, it's like 3 per hour. But based on a lot of other people's experience, it seems to not be 3 per hour, so I'm not sure. But my rate today has been, on average, 3 per hour. And the data we have so far, the stream of 3, 4, and 2 within like 10 minutes would also imply our rate is still around 3 per hour. But that's at least been my experience with it. Though apparently a lot of people seem to be having a different experience. So I'm not sure if I'm getting lucky or if this is just average and everyone else is getting unlucky. I have no clue. But I've very consistently been getting 3 per hour today. On average. Though we are using the quickest possible option in existence, and people using Rowan should be getting like half the rate if you don't have access to double Ironhawk, which is like so important these days, guys. Like double Ironhawk is like literally like S+ tier in the current state of the game. Hopefully they don't nerf it. Like it's the most important thing in the entire game for farming. Like it used to be like double Fair Shara, now it's double Ironhawk. It's just so important to have. Like, there's an argument to be made that you should save every diamond from the second you start your account in trying to get double Ironhawk. It's just that good. At least for farming. It's only used for farming. Like, literally, its whole purpose is for farming and nothing else. Yeah, the main thing that's making this win is Ironhawk does 5 damage to all enemies when you cast a spell. So we have double Empower, so when I cast this to Superior, even though she does 0 damage, it does 10 to all enemies because of the Ironhawk. And then Dust Devil does 5 to all enemies, plus it counts as a cast, so that's additional 10. So in total, we're hitting for 25 to all enemies. And 25 to all enemies is enough to kill basically everything in Explore 1. The only thing you don't kill is Mythics, which occur very slowly because you're doing Explore 1, so you're getting almost no shards. But that's basically the only thing that it does not kill. That or if there's like a 20% kingdom, but just don't do that in that location. Cinder Mirage, I think, is the overall best one to do it in the current state of the game. That's why we've been doing it here. Because the durabilities are pretty low here. There's also one of the 2 Mythics that's one-shottable to 25 damage. The other one isn't, though. One of them are. There's also no 10 or 20% here this week. Because I believe it's on, like, what, Elemental and Nexus or something? Oh, no, it's on Nexus and Beast. And this place obviously has no Nexus because it isn't Nexus, and there's no Beast here, I believe. Or maybe, like, 1. You have 3 Ironhawks? Nice. I do have 3 as well. I actually went out of my way to get 3. However, I personally do not feel like there's any viable enough team to use with 3. Of course, the main team that you would use with 3 is triple Ironhawk with Dust Devil. The problem with this is it only does 20 damage. And there's a lot of situations, like Gnomapaloozas and farming gnomes, where 20 damage just isn't enough damage. It is definitely not worth going out of your way to get a 3rd one. Like, the first 2, yes. But it's really not worth getting a 3rd. Like, if you happen to find a 3rd, like, it's okay. But I personally feel like I never use 3 these days. Like, 2's the way to go. It's just the magic number for it. 1 does barely anything. 3's too many. 2's just right. Yeah, gained a level. I'll put it into purple as we always do for no reason. It is just tradition. Also, one more purple level and we actually get 500 purple. We'll probably have that before the end of the year. Unless somehow our next 7 levels somehow all don't have purple as an option, which would be very bad luck. But before the end of this year, we'll have 500 purple mastery. Just off a hero alone. Technically our mastery is higher than that. But counting just hero only. Oh, there's the Mythic that doesn't get one-shotted. That's also why I have it in this order, so we can get the mana a little bit quicker when it doesn't do that. There we go. Because it takes Ironhawk forever to get that mana. Also, it's going to feel weird to move the Cursed Gnomes stream number up to 10. That's more than we found in totality of prior to this. Because prior to today, I had 7. So far today, I've had like 20-something. But prior to today, we only had 7 total Cursed Gnomes found. And just to stream alone in the last 2 hours, I've done more than that. I have my purple mastery so high because back in the day when the game was first released, it had the best weapons. So I wanted to rush to get them as quickly as possible. Then, because there wasn't much of a reason to like switch into anything else, I just kind of kept putting them into purple. And then it kind of just became tradition, like, oh, I might as well just keep putting into purple just for the sake of it. And now to this day, I still keep putting all my mastery into purple for no reason other than just to do it. There's no reason why I should be. It technically makes the account slightly worse, because it's better to distribute them all evenly. But just out of tradition, I do it all in on purple, because we can. And also so we can say we have the highest purple surge chance in the entire game. There's no reason to do it like that, though. It's just been tradition that I have not stopped. Like, I should have stopped doing it like 6.5 years ago. I just never bothered to. And to this day, I still keep putting all in on it. You found one in 2 hours? Well, at least you finally found one. 10 runes better than a vault key. I'd much rather have 10 runes than a vault key. Though that would hurt. Imagine farming for like 5 hours, find your first one, and it's a vault key. Someone on the forum posted something somewhat similar to that. I think it took them like 2 or 3 hours, and then it's like they finally got one, and then it was a vault key, which meant they still had 0. I think I found 4 vault keys so far off of them. One was on a Palooza, so it didn't matter as much, but 3 was found today. 1 on stream, 2 when I was farming earlier. Yeah, getting back to even would take absolutely forever. If I tried going back to even, I'm not sure we ever even could. Because my purple mastery is like 200 to 300 higher than all the others. Meaning I would need like another 1,000 levels or something. Which is not happening. Like, I'm not sure we'd ever reach like level 2,000... What would that even be? 2,700? Like, that's basically never going to happen. I'm actually even still going to be surprised if we eventually hit 2,000. That's something I never thought we'd actually reach. I would theoretically say 2,000 is max level, even though it technically keeps going higher. If you hit 2,000, you basically hit max level. Because you don't get another mastery until, like, 3,000. So, given that, like, almost no one will ever have 3,000. Other than the people that power grind for multiple hours per day. But, realistically, almost no one's ever going to have 3,000, if even anyone. So 2,000 is in essentially max level. It's like one of the few completionist things we don't really have done yet. But I would say every level over 2,000 is max level. Like if you're at 2,000, you're done. Like you've reached technically max, in theory. Because we still get 3 more stats. 1,700, 1,800, or sorry, 4 more. Because at 1,700, 800, 900, and 2,000, I'll give it additional stat. And then from there, I don't think it does it again until 3,000. Oh, so I'm not mistaken, the 2,000 stat is magic as well, which is kind of shiny. I have no clue what my next stat is. It's probably something useless like armor or something. But whatever it is, we should have it before Christmas, or around Christmas time. Because we're going to be power farming that weekend. And if we don't have it by the 26th stream will literally just be us grinding until we do. Because that's still going to be coinciding with a Vault event as well. So we'll be able to get the last of our XP in then. So we should pretty much have it by then. Because by the end of the stream, I assume we'd be level 1,694. Now we just need 6 levels. Catch you later, Divine. Hope you have a good night. Best of luck with everything. Thanks for stopping by. But anyone who's still sticking out for the grind, we're probably going to be here for almost the whole time. It is still possible to grind this for 3.5 more hours. And I might be here for all 3.5. We'll see. Still somewhat awake. We'll see how we feel another hour or two, though. We're definitely going to at least midnight, which is another hour and a half. So ideally, I want to go for all 3.5 hours. While we still have the super improved rate. Ooh, 1,000 glory. Great to see. You'll outlast me, don't worry. Yeah. I'm hoping we can go the whole time. I haven't tried drinking the caffeine yet because I don't want to, like, crash early. I don't want to pump the caffeine until, like, another hour from now. Because I'm pretty sure I'll crash, like, an hour after I start drinking it. Yeah, next week, Saturday, Sunday, we'll be having a pretty big stream. Because next week, Saturday, is Christmas Day. Or Christmas night, I should say. And then, well, technically Christmas Day. The Christmas night on Christmas Day. Well, I don't know. Well, however you'd say it. The night of Christmas. Not Christmas Eve, but the night of actual Christmas. And then the other one will be on the 26th, the day after Christmas. And that'll be the last stream of the year. Both Vault event days as well. An entire weekend's Vault event. The entire Christmas weekend is Vault event. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Not this Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Next week's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That'd be funny if it was this week's then. Actually, if it was this week's, that'd be 6 days in a row. But no, there's some time in between. Hello, Michael. Welcome. What stat do you get at 1,800? I have no clue. There's a list somewhere. Wherever that list is, it's somewhere buried on the forum. I don't have them memorized, though. But yeah, I have no clue off the top of my head. So how close are you to level 1,800? Because I know you definitely already hit 1,700. You like power grinded and got in like a few days. Like, I feel like we were like 30-something levels below you. And then out of nowhere, you just like grind, and then got to 1,700. Because I still haven't even hit 1,700. But we're getting there. We're definitely going to have it before the end of this year. That was the goal we set. Honestly, that's kind of been the goal every year. Like, next goal for level-wise for our hero will probably hit 1,800. Just kind of been the goal to hit 100 each year. That way, by the 10-year anniversary of the game, we'd basically be max level then. Or, you know, level 2,000. Because next year is, what, 1,800 in 8th year. Then 1,900 for the 9th year anniversary. And then, boom, 10-year anniversary, we should, if we grind enough, be level 2,000. And then we have completed the game by 10-year anniversary. True, ultra, 100% completion. But I didn't even think about that. Our level is actually keeping up with the anniversaries of the game. Because this was the 7-year anniversary year and we hit 700, or, you know, 1,700. Yeah, I haven't been to a movie theater for a while. I'm trying to think of what movies are coming up. That one next DreamWorks movie on bad guys seemed kind of funny. Somewhat considering it. Also, the trailer, it was also kind of funny because you can tell, like, they knew they were going to get the rights for bad guys, for Billie Eilish's bad guys, and they were like, okay, we need to go and do absolutely everything we can to milk the fact that we just probably spent like millions to get the rights to use this song. And then like literally made an entire movie around using that song. Because it probably cost so much for them to get the rights for it. Because I think that has like over 1 billion watches on YouTube. Like I could only imagine how many hundreds of thousands to almost millions they probably would have paid for the rights to it. Like I wouldn't be surprised if like 10 to 20% of the music of the movie's budget was literally just getting the rights to use that song as much as they possibly could. And then milking it for every single cent they spent. You wish you could skip the Battle Crasher animation? Yeah, that's really annoying while doing Nomapaloozas. It's not as annoying when you only see one, but when you see 4 every battle for Nomapalooza, it really slows things down. It's one of the reasons why this team is closer to like 5.5 wins per minute instead of 6 per minute when you're doing a Palooza. Because the animations just take so long for 4 of them to keep showing up every single battle. Like what we're doing right now is closer to 6 per minute. And if you do it really efficient, it's almost like 6.5. But when you're doing a Palooza, it's closer to 5.5. Sometimes even 5. You're currently level 1,763. Oh, wow. You're going to reach like level 1,800 as I'm like just hitting 1,700. You're probably going to have 2,000 by, what, next year? At that rate, you would hit 2,000 next year. Because you were level like 1,700 like, what, 2-3 months ago? So at that rate, you would hit 2,000 by the end of next year. Most likely. Well, assuming that rate continued. Though maybe not, because Puzzle Quest 3 is definitely launching next year. I really hope Puzzle Quest 3 doesn't add too much more to their daily system, though. It already takes like an hour to do their daily system. Which is kind of insane compared to Gems of War. Like, even if you did every daily in Gems of War, it comes out to pretty much an hour, but so many of them are like ultra optional. Because as far as like the super important dailies in Gems of War, you can get them done in like 10 minutes. Or less. Did we just get 2 of the same exact verse in a row? I kind of ignored him the first time because it's not really a verse I really need. But then when he dropped twice in a row, it's like, oh, I see you now. You've made yourself visible. Yeah, I know. Isabel's like the new guild leader now. Especially with how much she does all the leaderboards and everything. Because I never go for like super grind on leaderboards. Actually, on my main account, I have never gotten a power orb for making first place on a leaderboard. I have 3 times on my Switch account when it launched, though I have never once done it on my main account. So I have technically done it before, I've just never done it on my main account. You got a second one to stream with 11 runes, nice. Well, so we're going a little dry. We did really good at the beginning of this hour, though we haven't seen a single one for about 25 minutes now. Which isn't too bad. You can kind of expect like a 20-30 minute gap between them. Or 40 for getting unluckier. Or a whole hour or 2 if you're getting super unlucky. I don't think I've had over an hour gap between 2 of them today though. Assuming it was consecutive farming. Not counting when I was like not farming at all, obviously. Because if you're doing it on and off for an hour for like 20 minutes total, that's obviously not an actual hour. Compared to just spamming it back to back. But yeah, it's kind of funny too, because a lot of people who like inspired me, like initially to like make my channel, I'm actually bigger than all their channels combined. Which I find kind of funny. Except for technically one of them. Though they lost like almost all their followers, so technically also it was. Though there was actually one other one that kind of inspired me that, even though Warcraft 3 died, I think his actual channel is like 80 or 90,000 or something. Because he's like the biggest Warcraft 3 content creator there is. But like a good number of them, I've actually like passed how many subscribers they've had, which I find funny. Like one of my friends had like I think 1,500, and that just seemed like so high. And now you need like 1,000 just to get monetized on YouTube these days. Also, where are all the gnomes? They got quiet with no announcements. They always make them they always make themselves heard every time they come in. And it's like, no, they don't have any other calls. Because none of the normal monsters make any kind of noise, naturally. But then when there's a gnome, it's like, noise. Which I do like the audio cue. There's not an exceedingly high amount of audio cues in this game. But probably one of the most useful ones is the gnome trigger. There are a few others as well, though. Four times Mecha. Yeah, Mecha Gnome is so useless. I really hope we get an ingot sync soon. That and an arcane trait stone sync as well. I'm still kind of... I was mentioning it earlier to stream. I really wish mythic ingots were needed for Forge Scrolls. Because Forge Scrolls basically just are a better mythic ingot. And ingots have a way to already upgrade to mythic. So if they would have... Oh, excuse me. If they would have made... how am I burping? I wasn't even drinking any soda yet. But if they would have made... the Forge Scrolls require mythic ingots, that would have made so much more sense than writs. Still not too late for them to change it. There's sounds in this game? I know, some people just keep it completely muted. I don't think I've ever muted an entire game completely like that. There's normally something for audio cue in almost every game that you would need to keep up. But I normally don't mute stuff in games. Like, even something like Fall Guys has a lot of audio cues. I guess you could technically mute the music. But I like the music. I have some pretty good music for that game. But, there's quite a few audio cues in that game as well. The most important one being grab. More so you getting grabbed, but also for other people when grabbing onto them. Oh, hello, Haley. Welcome. Yeah, I rarely ever mute games. Because I never listen to, like, music. Like, I haven't, like, properly listened to music in, like, such a long time. Which is kind of funny because I've been commissioning some music. Also, that reminds me, one of them was supposed to be done today. Hold up. Has he done it during the duration of this stream? Because the due date I think was today, though he's probably going to delay it further, which is fine. I'm in no rush to get it. But, let me go check. Did he? Let's see. The due date is tonight in 40 minutes. He finished it 10 minutes ago. Interesting. Oh, should we go listen to these? So this guy's been the cheapest one yet. I think these songs came out to like $20 each. They literally just finished like 10 minutes ago. I'd have to go send myself the file. Hold up, should we go listen to these? We were unable to scan these attachments for unsafe files. Why? If the file seems suspicious, you were not expecting... I'm pretty sure just audio. They were literally MP3s. Oh, probably the raw file. What did you put in the raw? I don't need that right now, though. Let me just make sure they work. We might go listen to this. Alright, that's for the one thing. What's this other one? Hey, interesting. Anyways, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. But yeah, let's go listen to them. A little change of pace. But let me go make a quick bathroom break. Then we'll go listen to these two songs. And then we'll go and continue. Anyways, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Alright, let me go figure out where these two files are. Give me a second. I need to go organize some things. So, let me go clear my desktop some, because my desktop is just a gigantic mess of I have no clue what. It is just everything everywhere. Let me go open up an instance of Chrome, I guess, and go grab these files. Let's see, Google Chrome. Let's see. I'm trying to find, Fiverr. I am now trying to find the Fiverr thing that we were just on. I am now trying to find the two files so I could download them. Apparently I have to click refresh. Let's see. I now click download twice and then move the files to my desktop. Oh, so I can still get revisions on these. These are just the first take. Haven't even heard either of them yet either. I have not heard them a single time, so I have no clue what we're in for. But it'll be fun. So these were basically $20 each, with full commercial rights and everything. Let me see. Let me go read his comment real quick. Let's see. Your songs are finished. Blah, blah, blah. Thanks for being patient. You're kind of new to the whole freelancing thing. Yeah, he's definitely newer. His quality definitely seems a bit lower, but his prices are also lower, so it kind of worked out. Let's see. Other things. He's applied to the zip with the wave and the MP3. Let's see. So a couple different things for it. Okay. And yeah, I could just get changes if I need. Anyways, okay, let me close out of this. Oh, I forgot to open them in folder. I have no clue where they're located. It should be under downloads, I think. Where on earth are my downloads? I need a better filing system. I think they're under downloads. Yeah, there they are. Put that there, grab both of them. Okay. Interesting. Alright, let me go mute Gems of War so we don't have a double audio thing going on. Let's see. Let's go listen to these things. Where's a volume mixer? Mute Gems of War. Hey, we were just talking about not muting games. Well, it's muted now. But anyways, let's go listen to these two. Maybe we'll farm some gnomes while doing it too. Since we're muted anyways. But I have no clue what these are like. But hey, we got all the rights to them. It's like $20 each. It's probably worth it. His other stuff seems kind of decent. Plus we can still get these things for revisions. Okay, let me go play the first one. Oh yeah, this first one is for, I was trying to get like a generic sky theme. He showed me like a really short preview of this one. I've heard nothing of the second one though. It seems slightly too optimistic. I was going for like make it slightly more optimistic or initially, and then it's like, oh, maybe that might be too much optimistic for what I'm going for. But I'm pretty sure I could find it for something. Plus I could still get him to edit some. But anyways, let's see what this is. This was supposed to be like a generic kind of like sky theme. But I don't know, we'll see what it is. Now that's the Christmas season. It almost sounds slightly Christmassy. Also, I did tell him to do bell kit. I had to get my mallets in there. Gotta love the mallets. It's not that bad. Like that part. Yeah, that just changed drastically. I felt like that started a little slow, but I like where it's going. timpani in there. That's timpani, right? I think it's timpani. Pretty sure that's timpani. It almost sounds like bass drum now that I'm starting to hear it. Like it's not ever switching to a different note. Oh, this violin hopefully has like a huge solo soon. I hope the violin kills it in like 30 seconds. But it's supposed to be a sky kind of theme. This is what they aim for it. A violin never got to kill it. Not sure the song really needs it though. It'd just be something fun to have. Just kind of came to this thing and then left. So I have not the slightest clue if we found that one note. Like trying to listen to the music with my eyes somehow. So I have not seen a single note we've gotten so far. I'm pretty sure it just repeats back into a loop at this point. I think there's only like 30 minutes left. I mean 30 seconds. Did I say 30 minutes? But overall, not bad for the price. I'm trying to think of what I would need edited in it. Yeah. Oh wait, this one's not the loop one. There must be one of the other files. Oh, there it goes. Anyways. That's not the perfect loop one. There is probably a version of it. But no, that's like a soft end one. Okay, that's fine. Like, that's like the one you'd post to YouTube. Okay, cool. You'd play the game just for the... Oh yeah, we're gonna have like an insane soundtrack for this game. Are you kidding? The goal is like 5 hours of music for $5 for the soundtrack too, for anyone who wants to get it. Like 5 hours for 5. I actually have another game that I'm planning on doing before this that's going to be like I'm planning on calling it like something like 3 weapons. Like something really generic-y. But it's going to be like $3. Like something that would like work synergize like perfectly with it. But yeah, the 5-hour soundtrack's going to be like $5 or so. That's like the goal for it. Anyways, that's the first one. We got a second one. Let's see. This one was also about $20. They're both basically the same price. This one I have not heard absolutely anything of. So this guy actually has a funny name. So this game's planned to be like really bird heavy. And I got some songs earlier from the Mad Duck, someone who calls himself the Mad Duck, or, you know, like how we call ourselves Test of the Terror. So someone was the Mad Duck, who we got some of our previous songs from. This guy is called Uber Crow. And, of course, we have a crow in the game. So we already had a theme for it. However, I was curious what on earth he would do for it. So I told him to do it, and this is what he did. So this is for, like, that one Dark Crow. Like, this is what we had earlier for it. Like this song, this one that's playing right here. Like this one. The one that had that really nice violin part. Like, this is the one we originally had for it. I really love that end part for this. This was the other song. The one that was originally going to be for it. But I wanted to see what this guy would do. But anyways, that was the other one. And let's see what he did. I have not seen absolutely anything of this yet. Interesting way to go about it. Hopefully next shift is right now. Yeah, there it is. I'm not sure if it fits the character, but it could definitely fit an area theme. This almost feels like Dracula-like. I feel like I'm about to like fight a vampire. Like, this seems like Dark Mansion kind of theme. Not sure if it fits, like, Deck Pro as much. I like it, though. I know, I was gonna say that, too. It seems like Golvania music. I was just about to say that. It literally just sounds like what music Golvania would have for Gems of War. Like, if every kingdom had their own soundtrack. Like, this is just Golvania. Like, the first thing I think of with this music is, like, Castlevania. Like, Vampire Mansion kind of thing. It's not bad, though. I don't think it fits the character as much. Luckily, the game's early enough that we could repurpose anything. As long as it's decent quality. Also, I don't feel like there's any overarching melody in this one compared to the other one. Because the previous song you did that pretty well. Unless this is the melody that is right now. In which case, it definitely wasn't as good as the previous one. But yeah, that is one thing I did notice this guy is better at. He's really good at area themes. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm using him literally just for area themes. Because that's definitely what he does best. And even this sounds like it, even though it wasn't supposed to be one. Like, he nails that really well. Like, if you need, like, a theme for, like, a certain area. I just don't feel like he does character themes as well. Yeah, it definitely seems like a mansion dungeon kind of thing. Vampire area. But if I get more from him, which I definitely will be, it definitely has to be area themed. Because that's what he excels at. And I'm I'll play the other one that was supposed to be for this character. At this point, he's likely still going to be for it. Yeah, the music's still good though. Just not using it for its initial purpose. Which I had a feeling I wouldn't be. I just kind of want to see what his take was on it. I think at this point he just keeps doing this until the end, I'm pretty sure. I don't feel like this one had as many transitions either compared to the other one. Oh yeah, it's definitely worth the money, that's for sure. Are you kidding? Super worth the money. It's like a 6-minute long track for 20 bucks. Like it would take me at least, like even if I had like experience to do it, like that would take me longer than 3 hours to do. I tried doing it myself. Plus it's way better than anything I ever did. Yeah, it doesn't have any real central motif. It doesn't do that as well as the previous song. Like, I felt like the bell kit did that really well for the other one. That one didn't do it as well. It's definitely been... If I'm just going to keep it as is, I probably need to get him to edit that one a lot more. But it's likely going to have to be like a, just an area theme. Like almost all his songs will be. So this was the original one that we're going to use for the Raven. And probably still will be. I feel like compared to some of them, it doesn't actually feel as much like a boss kind of theme initially, though. Because this song starts a little slow. Actually, this is the one we spent the most amount of money for, too. So far. I find it funny how we keep spending like less and less on each one as we keep going. As we find more people. Yeah, you can always slice up the songs. I kind of like keeping it as the full thing, though. Just depends what we're using it for. Because the type of game I'm planning on putting it on, you're going to be staying in every single area for quite a bit. So the tracks need to be a bit longer. Because the average fight is planned to be like 5 minutes or so. Or at least on an intermediate level anyways. So once you get really good on the game, they'll probably die in like a minute or less. Oh, so this guy was supposed to be doing a second song for me. He never got back to me, though. I think our last conversation was like a week or a few weeks ago. He's the priciest of them, though. I feel like a lot of... Oh, yeah, another one. Of the gnome things. 12, nice. We go update our number. Yeah, I kind of want to hear that one Sky theme again. Out of the two new ones that one guy just did, that's definitely my favorite of the two. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I'm going to change this number. Oh yeah, I never showed you guys the updated version of the other one, did I? I still feel like it needs to be tweaked some. Let me go download it from the thing. Because I don't think I have the updated one on my file thing yet. Oh, that's not what I want. Oops. It's off by 1 pixel. I must fix it. Oops, it's still off by 1 pixel. So far, all of our music has been from 3 different people. But most of them are from the cheaper 2. But yeah, let me go try finding that other file while this song is finishing. We're in Arnifix Chrome. I never downloaded it to the thing yet. Wait, let me compare my desktop as well. Let's see. My desktop is overfilled. Oh no. Oh no. What do I not need here? Put that away. Drag that over. I'm looking for the file now. 1 second. But I never did show you guys the updated one of this. I still feel like it might need some more tweaks. There's so many like small things that bug me about it. Like overall the song's pretty good. But there's so many small things that kind of get me. I also repurposed the song for something else as well. Because it originally didn't work for what I initially needed it for. It was still really good though. If I could find where on earth it is, 1 second. It's like buried. Why is it so buried? Why can I not find the thing? Am I that blind? Am I that blind? 1 second. 1 second. There it is. Which one of these is the soft end one? That's not the right file. Okay. This one, right? That's the right one. How do I download you? Probably by clicking the download button. Might help. Show in folder. X out of this. I don't need you anymore. Put this on desktop. Hope there's not another copy of you somewheres. No! Then skip the, let's see. X. No, don't do a thing. Okay, apparently I have something called this exact thing already. How? Let me call it, let's add a 2 to the end of it for no reason. There we go. How do I already have something on my desktop called that? I could have sworn I didn't. Okay, I need some better organization. Anyways, okay, so this one. We showed this one once, but it's been edited a bit and has gotten very crazy very quick. But this one was for originally the dove, but then it wasn't. And now I'm not quite sure what it's used for, but we improved it, kind of. Still feels like it needs some work though. The first thing that bugs me is somewhat the chanting. Seems to like cut off weirdly at parts. Right at the beginning here. There's also a part in the middle where they added horn. Where it just kind of bugs me how it sounds. Because the horn like commits and then doesn't commit. Like because you're doing it in like a music editor, it sounds really weird. It's something that if you were actually performing the horn would never happen. Like that part right there with the thing. It almost sounds like it's like audio and it's like missing their parts. Because of how the edit is in the editor. Like that part right over here. Where did it go? I think right over here. Like the one chanting part just weirdly cuts out. But anyways. Oh yeah, the original might have been called the same thing, that's why. True. Because I did show it on stream already. In the past. This is what it was edited to. Most of the edits were to the later half though. Though I did get him to remove the drum kit from most of the song. Like once the drum kit ends here, I think it ends for the entire song. Or it should, that's what I told him to do. Like the drum set literally ends now. Whereas before it was going for the other 5 minutes. And there are several other changes. I just preferred it not having the drum set. It was being more annoying than it was helping with anything. And I kind of want to listen to that other one again. The one Sky theme. Because that's definitely the better of the two that the one guy did. But I can still get him to edit the other one. I can still get this one edited too. There's a lot of small parts that I kind of want tweaked. Overall, I really like this one, though. Gotta love those vibraphones. I have, like, such a mallet bias to such a degree. There's actually a really crazy mallet part that was added. I almost want to find one of the previous versions where you can hear it a bit better too. Like we basically added a round, but for mallets. It's slightly hard to hear in the current rendition of it though. It doesn't happen yet though. It's in like another minute and a half. There you go, your Soul Forge level 15, nice. But yeah, there's one crazy part that happens after this horn. Like 20 to 30 seconds after the horn. Yeah, this horn part near the end here cuts out really weirdly. Like right here. There's so much going on that it kind of just gets drowned out. This reminds me of how much Gems of War needs more music, I know, right? We haven't gotten anything since Nomapalooza. There we go. Yeah, that's what it was edited to. There's still quite a few tweaks I kind of still want here and there. I never got back in contact with them. Probably should. Soon. I was just kind of busy and just never got around to it. Because I don't check Fiverr like literally every day. It's kind of convenient that we checked it like literally as that one guy sent us the finished song. Kind of want to go listen to that one again. Let's see, which one was it? Like, that was definitely the better of the two that he did. Oh, you know a guy, Jason? Yeah, a couple people have kind of reached out to me. But, so far the average I've paid is like $5 to $10 per minute of music. Seems to be what we've been paying recently. Like, probably closer to the 5 range. And even this one, the two that the most recent guy did, I think it was like $4 per minute, effectively. Which it's pretty decent quality for what that is. Like, this was definitely the better of the two that the most recent one did. Also, I'm so glad I suggested Bell Kit. Such a Malin bias. I normally don't pay attention to key signature. And what was that, for the previous one or this one? I'm pretty sure you're referring to this one. It doesn't have that really generic-y kind of sound, which it might be from the key signature. Like almost what you would hear in like a generic like TV commercial ad at the beginning there. I feel like most of it works, though, for what it needs to do. Oh, don't hold up too much. This game is like years upon years away. Like, I'm working on at least like 1 to 3 projects before the game that this music is actually for will ever be a thing. I just personally like metal. I don't think I would use metal in any music or any of the games. It's definitely a bass, not a timpani. It's like one of those bigger bass drums, like a concert bass drum. After this, I'm pretty sure it just drops off for the rest of the song. Well, the goal for this one song is like a generic Sky theme. The attempt for it anyways. Not sure what you'd really tweak to try to make it sound more like it though. Anyways, so yeah, that's all the music. So that's everything we've gotten so far. That's literally all the things. Let's see. Volume mixer. And what was that in total then? Let's see. Money. Put the money in the other money. Let's see. 50. I think that was 180 so far, approximately. Did I do math right? Or do I feel like I did math wrong? It's almost 200. Let's just say 200. I think that was 200 so far. The music budget's probably like 2,000. It's like somewhere around 1,000 to 2,000. Probably 2,000. I'm pretty sure anything I expect I will probably pay is probably like more than double of how much I'll actually need. I'm pretty sure. That's been a bigger project though. Smaller projects are gonna have like literal like nearly zero budgets. I'm gonna find like as much royalty-free stuff that already exists. Because I don't really need custom stuff for smaller projects. The main reason you'd even want to have fully custom for a bigger project is so you can sell the soundtrack as well. And also so it makes the game better and sound more unique. Because the problem with using royalty-free stuff, even if it's, you know, even if you like select something that works really well for a given scene, if it already exists, it just works a lot less effective if someone's already heard it before. And while generally it's likely that they wouldn't have, there's a lot of instances where they would have. It's because obviously quite a few people are picking from the royalty-free stuff for YouTube videos and other various projects. And then you just have the risk of like, oh, they've already heard this before through some other medium. Whereas if you get a completely custom thing, it's like, oh, they've never have heard this before. And then you can also sell it independently. But you don't make much of your money back from that. Like I doubt we'd make, like how much money we're spending on the soundtrack, there's no way we'd ever recuperate that money from the soundtrack. Obviously it's the game itself that would recuperate the money. I highly doubt any game has had a soundtrack so good that it has recuperated it from the soundtrack. Or at least very few of them. Unless you make your whole soundtrack yourself. Oh yeah, did I forget to update the number? Does anyone remember if I updated the number? I can't remember. We got another gnome, but I can't remember if I updated it. Let me check. If I go back like another minute or so, did I actually update number? I think I forgot. Because we found another gnome. I clicked it, but I didn't update it. My bad. Let me go update it. Yeah, I missed one. That's what I thought, yeah. I was like trying to update it and then got stuck in conversation. And then I forgot. There we go. So how many is that then? We've been going for 3 hours. And we found 11. We found 3 and 11 hours. Because like 15 minutes of that time was us doing, what's it called? We were messing with the new Mythic. What? Try selling them all on Spotify for like $1? Oh no, how does Spotify even work? Like, I've never bought in music before in that way. I've never even used Spotify. Like, what does music normally go for? I have no clue. Like, if you bundle together, like, a dozen songs, how much does that normally charge? Though most people would do it with, like, an album and, you know, actually have lyrics and everything. But I don't know, what does that normally go for? I have not the slightest clue. I know the full soundtrack for the game I plan to do for $5. But then Steam takes 30%, which is... Though I'm pretty sure Spotify takes some percent, obviously. But Steam takes 30% of it. So if soundtrack for $5 is actually... what, math? $3? No, math. $3 and something cents. Yeah, $3.50, right? Somewhere around there. Because that's something that's never going to happen. Because that means we'd have to sell 500 soundtracks or so for the soundtrack to recuperate its money. Which obviously is not going to happen. The game sales, yes. But the soundtrack itself, I highly doubt we'd sell that many. I feel like most games would sell like a dozen to maybe like 100 of their soundtrack, which is something that a lot of people don't buy compared to the game itself. Yeah, Volky. I think I might have preferred... I don't know. What do I even want more? 5,000 souls or Volky? I guess Volky's kind of better. What would be even better, though, if we found more Curse Gnomes. That would be the best thing that could happen. Oh, yeah, do we have enough for another one yet? I haven't been paying attention to what numbers we've been getting. I've been keeping track of how many Curse Gnomes we've been getting, but I have not been keeping track of numbers. We might actually have a third weapon already. Because I did say we'd hand out another code when we had a third... Oh, we do! It's time. Let's just grab bow. Let's keep going down the list. Okay, I did say when we hit 3 weapons, I would give out code. We have now hit 3 weapons. Let's go again and out code. Okay, the final code of the stream, though definitely not the end of the stream, but as far as codes are concerned, the final one for now. Also, I only have 1 code left on this page, and it's the code for the big juicy one. We'll be handing that out on either Christmas Day or the day after Christmas. I'm not sure which. I don't know, which one's bigger occasion? Christmas or our last stream of the year? I guess technically the last stream of the year, even though Christmas is obviously a big holiday and everything. I'd rather just give out like a lot of smaller gifts on that day and then save the big juicy code for the day we leave for a week or so. But anyways, let me go get you guys this code. Let's see. If I could figure out where on earth that is. Yeah, we'll do it on last stream for the year. We'll still have multiple codes on the Christmas stream, though. Just no big ones, because I only have 1 big one left. So it would make the most sense to do it on the final one. But there you guys go. There's the redeem code. You guys know how to use it by now. Same loot as always. Unusable on PC mobile version. Definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. And same loot as always. 2 treasure maps, 1 gem key, 200 souls, 2,500 gold. Enjoy. There you go. Apparently we had 20 pity. Anyways, well, we got 3 weapons now. Let's keep farming. Let's see, we have 3 weapons and how many spare? Oh, 15? That's a lot of spare. Hold up. I need to find 3 more. Wait, 2 more if we get lucky? No. It has to be 3. And need some amount of luck with those 3. But if we get 3 more with okay drops, we could actually get it. 4th weapon. That was the goal for the stream. I wanted to try hitting at least 4 weapons. We might even call the stream once we hit 4. I'm not sure. Because we're still talking like another hour, probably, to reach that point. But I kind of want to stream the whole time, but I don't know, I'm starting to feel ever so slightly tired. So I might call it at 4 weapons then. Which if we get lucky is in 3 gnomes. If we get unlucky, it's about 4 or so. If we get super unlucky, it'll be 5 of them. Because we could get a Volky off of 1 and then get bad rolls so we don't get enough from the others. Yeah, we'll find out. With the best of luck, we'll find it within 3 more Curse Gnomes, which should be about an hour or so. Show us the upgrade traits. I showed it earlier on the thingy thing. But they're kind of all bad. What's the easiest way of getting there? Probably just typing in Doom. Actually, typing in Cursebreaker. So these are the Cursebreaker weapons. They come with a lot of useless stuff, like Cleanse when they already have Bless, and Fairy Fire when it hits the last 2 enemies and Fairy Fire's the first. This thing has a stun. This thing has a Submerge, which is almost worse. Like, a lot of them are pretty bad. I would say it's the 4th tier of weapons. The best weapon are the Doom Skull converting ones with full AoE. The second best are the books because they're so good in Guild Wars. The third best are hammers, and the 4th best are whatever on Earth Cursebreakers are. But yeah, they're kind of mid-tier for Doom weapons, maybe even lower mid-tier. Because how many sets are there now? 6 different ones? So it's like right at the cusp of the middle. But I would personally upgrade all the hammers before I would upgrade these new 6. They just don't seem good enough. Hammer has mana accumulation, some of the similar effects. More overall damage. This doesn't seem worth using those weapons, the Cursebreakers. We're still getting them all for completion's sake. But I would sooner upgrade all the hammers before I would upgrade all the Cursebreakers. Yeah, they're not that good. They're under the tier of weapons where you're basically just not going to bother upgrading them. Out of all the ones that are not worth upgrading, though, they are the strongest of the non-upgrade weapons, if that makes any sense. Of, like, the category of Doom weapons that you're basically never going to upgrade, they are the strongest weapons that you will never upgrade. Which is a weird way of putting it, but that is, like, their main niche. So getting them initially is actually kind of good, but maxing them out is horrifically bad. Eventually you'll get the books into your teams. Yeah, the books are pretty interesting. The only big issue with books is you use them for guild wars and then you never touch them again. Meaning you only need them like once a month, and it's not even your own team, it's your defend team. Like you pretty much never use them otherwise. All the info is on Terran's World. Unless you mean you can't currently at the moment. But Terran's World has all the breakdowns for them. It was updated as of the patch. But yeah, they're all pretty much pointless, the modifiers that they get. Another verse too, nice. You have a hard time caring about the defend teams. Yeah, your offensive teams definitely matter a lot more than your defensive, that's for sure. You still want to have like somewhat okay defend teams though. But as long as they're unique, that's the main thing that matters. Your offense team matters way, way more. Whereas defense doesn't matter as much. Still a factor, but it's not as big a factor. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to feel the tiredness. We might just go till midnight. And however far we get is how far we get. The only problem with that is that's probably not enough for a fourth weapon. And my biggest concern is after today, the rate is going to be so bad. That might not be the case. It might actually be somewhat good. But there's a good chance it's going to be bad. Well, having unique defense, you could do with any team, but it gives you 12,000 more points. But you could literally have like the worst teams ever set and it'll still give you 12,000 points. Your defend team winning does not give you any points whatsoever. The only reason why it's good to have somewhat decent defend teams is it reduces the enemy's points. It doesn't increase yours, but it reduces the enemy's. Which makes it more likely your guild on a given day will hit 100% extra XP bonus. As well as those little bit extra seals. Which might not seem like much, but it's actually 2.5 gem keys, technically. The amount of seals that you get for every Guild War win. Which isn't a horrible amount of loot. Though more so, the EXP is the better thing for most people. 100% EXP for a day. Or for the whole week if you get it, win every single day. You're not sure if you can get any worse than what you've experienced? Well, if you've gotten 0 in the last 3 days, that's probably tied at the worst. I'm pretty sure there's someone out there who has farmed for like 15 hours and somehow gotten 0. It's very unlikely, but technically possible. To have gotten 0 last 3 days, even after like a dozen hours. So far we have 11 within like a little over 3 hours. Not counting everything from earlier today. You got your second one, been farming since you started streaming. Oh gosh. What team are you using? The same one? 0? Oh gosh. Oh, we got verse 2, nice. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of reports of some pretty bad luck on it. The forum has quite a few of them too. Let me go double check the forum. I was doing that and then we got distracted by something. Yeah, that's what some people have been speculating too, and someone just posted on the thread that the rate for finding them might be increased after the Vault event. I'm assuming that's not going to be the case. However, there is a small chance that the next 6 days are actually a better rate than today for finding them, because they might have been artificially lowered, or you know, not lowered, but even though we have an increased rate, but they might have been artificially made slightly not as high in order to make sure people didn't go crazy during a Vault event with it. So there is a chance the next 6 days are actually a better rate than today for them, which would be ideal, though probably not the case. Though there's some speculation that it would be, though we have no definitive proof that it will. So I've just kind of been assuming that today's the best time for the next like 3 hours, or 2.5 hours at this point. Oh no. Don't yell. But yeah, I think we'll go half an hour more and then call it. And wherever we're at is where we're at. Hopefully we'll find at least one more for a nice dozen. Which would be exactly 3 per hour, even with us showing the Mythic. I think that's going to be the game plan then. There's just no way I'm going to be up for another 2.5 hours. I think we farmed enough. We did good. We did good today for it. I'm happy with where we're at. I'd be happier if we find one more enough to get another weapon though. But 3.5 weapons, I'll take it. We got the Mythic, 3.5 weapons, and 1 copy of the pet. Like the weapons are so bad, I'm in like no rush to really get them. Like ideally I would want to have them all, but you know, we'll get it in time. Plus we do have another Vault event coming up soon. And the rate that we had yesterday and Tuesday should be the same rate we have for that Vault event. And while that wasn't like super good, it was still like about 1-ish per hour. So it's still like 10 if we're doing 10 hours plus of Vault farming. Like it's a lot less than what we're getting now, but it's still some amount. That might be able to close the gap. I don't know, in my experience, that's what it's been. About 1 per hour on prior to this, during just a standard Vault event. 3 per hour during this like super buffed period. And so we have no clue what it is outside of it, because we've never seen normal drop rate. We're basically going to be seeing 4 different drop rates over the course of a week. Because yesterday and the other day we had just Vault event with no buff. Today we had Vault event and a buff. Tomorrow and for the next other 6 days should be just a buff but no Vault event. And then, for the first time ever, like next Thursday or Friday, whatever it cuts off at, would be... No, next Thursday. So next Thursday would be one single day of what it would be like if there was nothing. No week-long buff, nor a vault event. So Thursday would be the first time we ever get to see what it looks like with nothing. Because the last 2 days have been vault event. Today has been vault event plus buff. The next 6 days are all buffed, but no vault event. And then we go back to normal vault event pretty much right after. Which is a really weird combination. We almost never get to see what its default rate is. We get to for 1 day, potentially next Thursday. Next week's Thursday. Yeah, we stole all the gnomes. Actually, it's kind of funny. What's her name was actually joking about that on her stream. I didn't catch it live, but I did watch the replay of it because I was watching it while the replay while I was farming. But Jinky ended up mentioning it because I posted it in global and like someone saw and told her, and it's like, oh, Tacit must have taken all the gnomes from us. I don't know. Has no one else been doing like 2 to 3 per hour? I saw like one person who's been tracking a lot of data that seemed to be doing so. But I don't know, has anyone in chat gone about 2 to 3 per hour? Are we the outlier? Because we've really consistently been getting 3 per hour. To such a degree consistency that it seems like the drop rate, at least for today. And for the next 2.5 hours. And then it's gonna like plummet like crazy, most likely. Hey, Isabel has. Eight after 11 to 12 hours. Oh no. the devs secretly gave us like the perfect RNG. Maybe you need a certain VIP level now. I highly doubt that. How many do you need to max the forge? I forget offhand. I believe it's 325. I should probably memorize that number. It's either 325 or 365. I'm pretty sure it's 325. I know it's 6,000 gems, but because I did it with gems and not the other thing, I keep forgetting. Yeah, 330 sounds correct. Are you sure it's 330 and not 325? Why does 325 sound correct? I could have sworn it was 325. It's somewhere around there. They're both basically the same thing. You'd find them within the same gnome. That range of runes. But yeah, it's quite a bit, but it saves you 6,000 gems if you do it with all runes. I believe Isabel was going all in on rune instead of gems. But I did it all with gems instantly instead of runes. Oddly enough, if you do that partially, I believe the later things have a better gem ratio. So if you do the initial, like, several with runes, and then do the last several with gems, I believe your gem to rune ratio makes the gems more valuable the deeper you go. Like, the first few tiers have the worst gem value, but I believe the last few tiers have the best gem value for how many runes you need relative to gems spent. Because for, like, the very first buy, it costs, like, 30 gems each to get by. And then it's like 20 something and like similar. But for the last few tiers, I think it's like less than 20 gems per rune equivalents. Meaning your gems actually get more valuable the deeper you go compared to using runes. So theoretically, one of the best ways to actually do it for like an optimal mix of both would be to like do runes for like the first 15 or so levels and then do gems the rest of the way. That still costs you a few thousand gems though, like 4,000. I think like 4,000. But due to how they ratio, the runes are actually better earlier on, and then the gems are better later on. But I personally just went all in on gems so we could have as much runes to spend on rune-related stuff. Oh, you're using a 3 Ironhawk team? Interesting. I've been doing the double. Oh, there is one beast there. I could have sworn there was. And there is. 10% is nothing for him. Luckily. Yeah, I'm not sure anyone who's going to do runes the entire time. That's a lot of runes. 325. That's enough to buy the entire set of weapons. Actually, I just realized something. I would almost have it all maxed at this point. Because I've spent how many runes? I have 15. I believe it was 15. So we had 15 spear. We did 10 on the thing, so that's 25. 100 for the mythic, that's 125. We've gotten 3 of the weapons. That's 275. So I'm really only like 50 off. If we had 50 more, we actually would have upgraded the Soul Forge without needing a single gem. However, that means we wouldn't have the mythic, we wouldn't have the weapons, we wouldn't have the pet. But if we had 50 more of them, we would have gotten it maxed without needing to spend any gems. So of course we just went all in on gems instead. Meaning it's definitely possible free to play. Like, it's possible that some people free to play before the end of tonight would have max Soul Forge without spending any of the 6,000 gems. They would have done it completely for free. It's definitely possible. We're only 50 things off from it. We'd only need to find like 3 or 4 more gnomes if we didn't spend a single gem on it. And in 3 to 4 more, we'd have Soul Forge complete for leveling it to max. So there definitely are free-to-play people who did max it then. Who spent 0 gems instead of 6,000. That would have mean they wouldn't have crafted anything rune-related yet though. Whereas we have like pretty much half of it now. Though the pet's going to require quite a few of them. I am probably just going to keep dumping into the pet, since there's no other way to really max it. Oh gosh, I keep yawning. Yeah, we're definitely calling at midnight. We're gonna go like another 15 minutes or so. But I'm definitely calling at midnight. I'm hoping to find at least one more though. So we can be at a perfect exactly 3 per hour. Midnight in 3 hours from now? Yeah, in your time zone. For me, it's in 17 minutes. He said he streamed till reset. I don't know. I'm starting to get too tired to stream all the way. As much as I want to grind with everyone who's going all the way. I don't think I am. Because I did a lot of it during the day, too. Like, it's not like the stream was the only amount that we did today. Like, we did, like, double of this prior to the stream. Throughout the day. So I'm kind of almost like rolled it out as well at this point. Especially since we've been doing it the last 2 days as well, and we're about to do like a whole Christmas weekend of it. Well, maybe not entirely. Mostly that Friday and Sunday, because I'm pretty sure on Christmas Day we're barely going to touch it. Other than on the nightly stream, obviously. Yeah, I know, yawns are contagious. I just gave everyone the yawns. The only thing spreading quicker than the COVID is the yawns. I could try to get the bounty hunter, not the bounty. Well, I'm not covering bounty in the morning. It's literally just the same thing. You just put Degraki on a team. You watch him kill everything by giving him mana. And then you win. And you have to put the bounty captain all the way in the back so he doesn't block Tagaraki from doing Tagaraki things. Like, it's literally just Tagaraki, and then he hits, and then he wins, and then you win. And then you feed him mana by using other bounty troops. And sometimes you put, like, a second damage source, like the Corpse Mirror or some other true damage one. Or you could put a second mana accumulator and go all in Tagaraki. Like, you don't play it any different. It's the same thing that you always build. Except there's a tornado in the back instead of a, whatever it was last month. Because bounty hunter teams generally don't get updated that much. They're pretty much the same thing every time, just with a useless bounty captain that changes. Sometimes it's not useless, this time it is. And whenever it is, it's basically the same useless thing every time, because if you're not using it, then it's just doing nothing back there. Does Hero and Ironhawk have any advantage over a Rowain team? No. I would say Rowain team's actually better than running a Hero with Ironhawk. Its consistency is slightly better. You're better off just running Rowain. Because Rowain can still one-turn win, whereas a single Hero Ironhawk team can't. Unless you're using the Slayer version. But if you're leveling a generic thing, it's quicker to do Rowain. If you're leveling Slayer, it's quicker to do Slayer. But if you're leveling anything that isn't Slayer, then it's quicker to do Rowain. Literally the only instance where a one Ironhawk hero is quicker as Slayer hero class. Prior to having it to level 100. In which case you wouldn't need to do it then because you have it at 100. So for most instances you would use Rowain instead. So we're getting a lot of verse gnomes. Unfortunately, none of the cursed. There are plenty of verses. Come on, one more cursed gnome. I want to see a dozen. So stop giving me verses. I never thought I'd say that. Just give me curses. If only every verse was a curse. Imagine how many we'd be getting right now. We'd be loaded. We'd have literally everything already. Well, the benefit of Ironhawk is you just cast Dust Devil twice and then win. That's basically what the single one does. The problem with that is you have to always give up your turn. While you start with all the mana you need, you have to force end your turn. And this can be bad at times. Whereas the advantage of running the Rowain build is you can win turn 1. Because if Leprechaun yields you an extra turn, or if you find a 4x, 5x green or blue off the board, which I just took because I was talking about it. But if you take something like that, Rowain just instantly wins. Whereas Dust Devil will always require you to give up one of your turns, and sometimes they take forever doing that one turn. There he is! I knew you were out there. Don't you dare drop a vault key, please. Thank you. Only 11, but it's better than a vault key. Speaking of 11, that's kind of funny because... Oh, I keep clicking the wrong one. That's not what I wanted. I want this. It's because they're both, like, 1 down. So I keep clicking the other one down instead of this one down to change it to 12. There we go. We have officially found 3 per hour, while also showing off the Mythic while still having more time left in that hour. But yeah, I've really consistently been getting 3 per hour today. Like, so consistently that this hour, or this stream is, like, ahead of that. Because we took, like, 15 minutes to do, show off the Mythic. And we've been somewhat distracted, like, when we're doing the music and a few other things. And this hour isn't even over yet. Though I highly doubt we're going to get more of it. Oh, we're not done yet. Well, it might be soon, though. I really should just end it. I kind of do want to go to at least midnight, though, just to finish out the hour. In 10 minutes from now. Do I need a bite to eat? I already ate dinner and everything, but I'm actually kind of hungry now. It's like those midnight munchies. Not sure what I'm going to have, but I definitely need to grab something. I'm in like a super munchy mood right now. We're not gonna go till resets. I'm just too tired at this point. Like, I'm probably grabbing a bite and then, like, sleeping in an hour. I want to go till reset, it's just not gonna happen. Don't feed me after midnight. Cookie with the with that one Darkest Dungeon line. I heard resets. I said we'd go to a reset or judge it based on when we're around midnight to see if we were awake enough. And the answer is we're not awake enough. I said it'd either be till reset or we'd kind of make the judgment call like midway through. Well, I can't remember the exact wording, but there's no way we're lasting till reset. I'm happy with my dozen. Supposedly that's more than what people have gotten total, so just during this stream. So I'm kind of happy with that number. It's like when vault keys used to be like that rate. Like, we're happy with a dozen. That used to be our goal for vault keys back when they were a lot less. And that seems to be our goal with Cursed Gnome, at least for this stream. We got our dozen. Happy with the number. You chose not to hear that. Poll on are we tired? I can do a poll on are we tired. I'm pretty sure we're not tired would win though. That doesn't make me any more awake though. But sure, I could make a poll for are we tired? Are we tired? It's literally the poll. Yes, no. That is the entire poll. There you go. There you go. Let's see which one wins. %83% no. %75% no. 67% no. Eventually it will be about like 50-50. Can I vote on my own poll? No, I don't think I can. No, I cannot vote in my own poll. That'd be kind of funny if I could. But no, I cannot do so. Unless I like logged in with a different account. Then I could. But no, I can't vote in my own poll. Sleep? What is sleep? Sleep is that thing you need to be healthy. Yeah, I haven't gone to sleep for over... Have I been up for... No, I haven't been up for 24 hours. Not yet. Been up for a while. It does not compute. We've been doing so good on verse 3 today. Let's see, the gap was as low as 3 between 2 and 3. Then it became like 7. Why do I feel like it's almost a dozen now? The gap between 2 and 3 is now... It is! Wow! What on earth happened with verse 3 today? Hey, no. Oh, so did the stream just die? Oh no, it did a mini death. It mini died twice this stream. It did the other day too. Well, this is not completely crashing. But, wow! I knew we got a lot of them. That means we got over a dozen margin. Or exactly a dozen margin difference compared to the best we had. So at one point, we only needed 3 more verse 2s to have the same amount of verse 2 and 3. Now it is 15. Which is a margin difference of 12. That is insane, with a 15 total between them now. That was 3 yesterday. That's how many verse 3s we've gotten today. That's a lot of verse 3. Well, verse 2 officially my lowest verse for forever. Or at least for some time. Unless we get as lucky as we did with verse 3 with verse 2 sometime soon. But yeah, does anyone else have any other questions? Anything you want me to go over? Anythings? Because, yeah, I think we're calling it a night in a few minutes. As much as I want to go for another 2 hours. There's no way I will physically go for another 2 hours. So any last questions, let me know. Otherwise, we'll be back tomorrow night, same time as always, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4 hours prior to now tomorrow. And we'll also be doing Bounty Hunter tomorrow night. Might be the only thing we do. We might hunt a little bit for the gnomes just to see what the new raid is. Also, at some point tomorrow, assumably, I will have a video on the Mythic. The Mythic that came out a few days ago. It came out when the Soulforge came out. Today was technically the first realistic day anyone would own it, though. I will cover the video tomorrow, then. Am I going to play over the night? No. I will be playing the game called Sleep. Last question. You can afford 3 new warbands. Which should it be? The purple-green ones were really good. After that, pretty much any of them are fine. Like, the 2 that were related to purple-green were really, really good. Or the 2 purple ones, I mean. There's like a +2 purple, +1 yellow, and a +2 purple, +1 green. Both the 2 +2 purple banners that you can get off of warbands are probably the highest priority, I would say. Mostly because of their synergy with archmages. As long as you have those, you're fine getting whatever from it, pretty much. Because out of any of them, I definitely use those the most, in my experience. Mostly because of how good they are with archmages from time to time. Obviously, you don't use it in, like, literally every team, but they eventually come up, depending on composition. You're really bad at playing the game called Sleep. We have more playtime in Sleep than we do in Gems of War. Which is kind of amazing, because we have, like, 13,000 hours in Gems of War. But no, Sleep does definitely beat it out. So I'll have to take a break from playing Gems of War for, like, probably, like, almost 12 hours today? Maybe not that much. Maybe, like, 8 hours. Then we need to go play Sleep for, like, 8 hours. Probably a little longer. I'm pretty sure I'll crash after this. Because I'll still be up for about an hour just to grab a bite. Because I am in a very munchy mood right now. see. Can we get a Curse Gnome to end it with? I highly doubt it. I'm happy with my 12, though. That's 3 per hour for 4 hours straight. Which has been the rate I've been getting all day. 2 to 3 per hour. And those were around hours where we were distracted too. Because that wasn't like perfect flawless just doing it the whole time. I did get some fresh salad though. I don't think I'm going for that. I'm definitely in a different kind of munchy mood. I didn't even eat the salad before it goes bad, though. Okay, I think this will be the last cycle. Let's hope we see at least some gnome. I don't even care what gnome it is. Just give us any gnome. Ideally, it's Cursed Gnome with 15. But I'll take literally anything. Is he going to save it for the very last battle? Sure seems like it at this point. Just the very last one will give it to us. Alright, final battle. Gnome, go. No gnome? Okay, new plan. We're going to keep going until we get one more gnome. And we'll end on that gnome, regardless of what it is. Let's do that. Regardless how long it takes, we'll go until we find one more gnome. Not one more Cursed Gnome, just one of any gnome. See what the final gnome is of the stream. You keep trying to get food, but keep turning around to chat. That's funny. And then never get food. No, we're not going to... Yeah, you think it's gonna... Do you think we could go 2 hours without finding a single gnome? That'd be insane. Even going like 20 minutes or longer is insane. Because normally you're finding about one every 5 minutes with this team. So to go that long would be absolutely crazy. So we are going a little gnome dry. It's at least like a 5 minutes with no gnomes. Even close to 8 or 10. I have nothing else. We're getting some class XP in there. Come on, end it with a Cursed Gnome with 15. Or even funnier, make it 13. Because it would be the 13th one this stream, giving us 13 shards or runes, whatever they're called. You've gone 2 after 5. Ouch. Yeah, I'm finding it interesting how crazy different rates people are getting. Could have sworn with how consistently we've been getting 3 per hour. That was around 3 per hour. I've been hearing everything from like 1 every like multiple hours. To like 1 per hour to 3 per hour. I don't think anyone has reported 2 per hour. It seems to be people who are getting like around our rate, and then people who are getting like 1 every like infinite amount of time. Like every 2 or 3 hours getting only 1. No worries, Jason. Okay, where did all the gnomes go? Did they all go to sleep? See, this is why we need to go to bed. All the gnomes are sleeping. They don't want to be disturbed, and they're all hiding now. hiding very efficiently. Come on, Orpheus. That is the exact opposite of an Orpheus. Or at least in this situation it is. Technically it's the exact opposite of a Nisha. But Orpheus is the highest you can get when off a level 1 chest. Also, I assume it is a Vault event still for 2 more hours. Hello? Vault event? Where did all the gnomes go? I know it has switched day cycle, but you haven't switched until 2 more hours. Did the Vault event just magically end 6 minutes ago or something? Where are all the gnomes? They like stopped appearing after midnight. Well, was the Vault event only set to last till midnight? I highly doubt it. It should be going for another 2 hours. We won't be, but it should be still going. Yeah, whoever said we might be streaming the whole time just trying to find this one gnome, you might not be incorrect. I'm literally just trying to find any of them to end our stream on. Like, not even cursed gnome specifically, just literally any gnome. We're like 15 minutes dry right now on literally any gnome. Oh, you finally got your 3rd. Nice. Congrats. There we go. Okay, that's not what we want to see necessarily, but I'll take it. We got to eat it on a, end it on a drum beater. Or whatever his name is. Bone beater? I can't remember. Baz Bone Break Beater. Yeah, that one. Anyways. We're gonna be calling it there. That is the Und. Let me just make sure I did all the dailies because I will forget if I don't check right now. Because at this point, I am definitely not playing anymore tonight. We've played for at least like 8 hours today, if not more. Probably more. Like, just the stream alone has been over 4 hours. I'm pretty sure I did like 5 or 6 prior. Like, half of today has pretty much been just doing that. Most of it off stream, obviously. I didn't do the Clash trial, but I don't need to. I'm pretty sure most people have Elementals maxed by now. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful night. We will be back tomorrow, same time as always, 4 hours prior to now tomorrow. Should be a little bit more of a normal size stream, though we will be doing Bounty Hunter, so maybe we'll go a little bit longer, we'll see. But we'll be doing Bounty Hunter primarily tomorrow. We'll probably also see what the new Cursed Gnome raid is. I assume it's worse than tonight. However, there is a theory where the next 6 days might be better than it was today. We'll find out tomorrow. I would sure hope that is the case, though don't get your hopes up because it probably will be worse. Today's probably the best time, so if you still have time, I would highly advise power farming these next 2 hours because these are probably the last 2 hours we can really get a really good rate, because the next 6 days, while it still will be an increased rate, is probably less of an increased rate compared to what it was today overall because there's no Vault event during that time. But you still got 2 hours left, so make sure to farm if you want to, if you have the time or the awakeness to do so. Apparently, according to our poll, 2/3 of you do, so keep at it. But with the other 1/3, I shall be calling it a night. Anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. We'll hopefully have a video some point tomorrow going over the new Mythic. Not the new Mythic as in the one from Soulforge, the one from the patch. There's not a new Mythic, like there's not a Friday Mythic or anything like that, so don't open a bunch of keys to try to get it, there is none. But going over the Mythic from the patch, that is, from the Soulforge. So we'll have a video on that at some point. We'll be doing Bounty Hunter on the nightly stream. At this time, we always do 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4 hours prior to now tomorrow, as we do every night. And, yeah, that's pretty much the game plan. Was there anything else in chat? Are we doing a midday stream tomorrow? No. Though I should have a midday video up. But no midday stream. Our next midday stream will probably be Saturday for Darkest Dungeon. Because I still haven't played the Darkest Dungeon patch that happened on Tuesday. Haven't had a single chance to do even a single run. I haven't even read the patch notes yet. I just saw that it was a patch. I haven't even had a chance to read the notes though. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you later. Hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week and weekend. Best of luck if you're still farming for another 2 hours. Even more luck if you're going to be farming after that fact, because the rate's probably going to be even worse. So you're definitely going to need it. And I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for stopping by as always. Greatly appreciated. And I'll see you guys soon. Enjoy the holidays and stay safe out there. Goodbye, everyone.